Welcome back. Tonight, we're drifting slowly into the complete timeline of Five Nights at Freddy's, and you don't have to hold on to every date, every name, or every clue. You can simply lie back, close your eyes, and let the tale wash over you, like distant music from an empty arcade down the hall. This is a story told in quiet hours, when the doors are locked, the tables are wiped down, and the only light comes from a flickering neon sign, humming somewhere beyond the glass. The pacing will be calm and measured, step by step, like walking through a closed pizzeria after midnight. Shoes on sticky tiles, posters fading on the walls, and the animatronics standing motionless on stage, their painted eyes catching the last reflections of the dark. Nothing will jump at you here. The horror lives in memory, in suggestion, in the soft echo of what once happened. Together, we'll move through the entire history of this haunted legacy, from the earliest days of Fredbear's family diner, to the missing children hidden behind smiling mascots, to underground labs where remnant is harvested from agony, and finally to the neon ruins of the mega pizzaplex in security breach and ruin, where old ghosts wear new circuitry. We'll trace the timeline from the first laughing birthday crowd in the 1970s to the last restless spirits flickering in digital code and shattered plexiglass, but always in a tone meant to lull you towards sleep rather than pull you away from it. You'll hear the names again and again, like recurring shapes in the dark. William Afton, moving through the story as a long, cold shadow. Henry Emily, the quieter partner. Building wonders and carrying guilt. The animatronics themselves, metal shells that become vessels, from Fredbear and Spring Bonnie to Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, and beyond. And of course, the children. Innocent, laughing, frightened, and then, in time, lingering as restless spirits, bound to fur and steel by tragedy and obsession. We'll pass through this tangled web in many small sections, each one like a room off a long corridor. One room for Fredbear's family diner, and the first experiments with dangerous spring-lock suits. Another for the missing children incident that stains the original Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Others for sister location's hidden facility, for Pizzeria Simulator's final fire, for AR illusions, VR corruption, and the Mimic's digital escape. Every room will circle back to the same quiet questions of guilt, legacy, and what it means when the past refuses to stay buried. You do not need to stay awake for all of it. You are allowed to drift in and out, to lose track of years and locations, to let details blur into a soft, haunted haze. The story will keep going, gently, whether you're listening closely or already dreaming, and this timeline will still be here if you ever return. So before the bites, before the fires, before the headlines and the rumors, we begin at the very start. Two friends, an empty building, and the fragile dream of a place where children could laugh beneath the watchful eyes of friendly golden metal mascots, waiting to be switched on for the very first time. Before the screams, William Afton, Henry Emily, and a simple dream. So we stay here for a moment, in that empty building, before the lights, before the noise, and we let the picture sharpen just a little. Two names already whispered through this haunted history finally step into focus. Henry Emily, William Afton, two men standing at the edge of a dream and at the edge of a very long night. Henry is the quieter of the two. In the soft glow of a workbench lamp, he moves slowly, measuring twice, cutting once, tracing careful lines across blueprints that only he can fully see. To Henry, machines are not monsters or miracles. They are gentle helpers, patient and predictable, if you respect their limits. He imagines animatronics as smiling guardians, metal shepherds watching over innocent children, their movements smooth, their joints reinforced, their programming restrained like a calm heartbeat in code. William, by contrast, fills the same small room with a different kind of energy. He is charming when he wants to be, quick with a story, quick with a solution, always ready with a new idea that bends the rules just a little. Where Henry sees what a machine should do, William wonders what it can get away with, testing edges, prodding at safety margins, asking questions in the quiet hours that no responsible engineer likes to hear. There is a restless curiosity in him, something that never quite sits still. Around them, the workshop breathes. Fluorescent lights buzz faintly overhead. A small fan pushes warm air across scattered wires and metal frames. The clock on the wall ticks a slow, even rhythm, as if keeping time for this beginning of a tangled web of future events. On one table, Henry's careful notes on torque and load-bearing joints. On another, William's sketches, bolder and messier, looping arrows and exclamation marks pressing for more movement, more surprise, more spectacle. In these drifting slowly evenings, their shared dream feels simple. A family restaurant. A place where technology and childhood joy meet under a friendly sign. They talk about birthday songs and prize corners, about parents relaxing over cheap coffee, while their kids laugh under the watchful eyes of animatronic hosts. Step by step, they shape that vision into metal and fabric. The first hosts begin as nothing more than outlines. On thin paper, a golden bear with a round, welcoming face, top hat tilted just so, eyes wide and reassuring. Beside him, a golden rabbit, ears arched high, posture playful, a performer ready to leap into song. On the workbenches, rough endoskeletons wait, their empty heads turned toward the ceiling, as if listening for a future they cannot yet understand. Even now, in these harmless prototypes, the seeds of quiet tragedies are already there, hidden in every hinge and servo. Henry keeps returning to safety, to lock mechanisms, to fail-safes that will keep children at a distance from gears and springs. William keeps returning to shortcuts, to cost, to the thrill of squeezing more movement from less material, more spectacle from the same cramped stage. Henry's caution makes him uneasy, but William's impatience makes Henry uneasy in a different way, a small knot in his chest he cannot quite name. Still, the dream is louder than the doubt. Papers are signed. Equipment is ordered. Paint dries on a hopeful new sign. Together, they choose a name that feels warm and welcoming, almost innocent in its simplicity. Fredbear's Family Diner. None of them, not yet, can see how this modest little stage will become the first fixed point in a long, haunted timeline. The place where restless spirits will one day gather in the haunted shadows, and where everything that follows will quietly begin. For now, the doors are almost ready to open, and the golden bear is almost ready to sing. Fredbear's Family Diner, a golden beginning, and then, at last, the doors open. Fredbear's Family Diner is not grand, not yet a name wrapped in fearful whispers, but a small-town restaurant tucked between a laundromat and a hardware store, its neon sign humming quietly in the evening air as we step inside and let the tale wash over you. Checkered floors stretch in simple black and white. Plastic booths line the walls in faded reds and oranges. And paper party hats wait at each table like promises of birthdays that will blur together in memory. The warm, slightly greasy smell of pizza is drifting slowly through the air, mingling with the faint sweetness of cheap soda and the waxy scent of balloons. On the little stage at the far end of the room, beneath strings of coloured lights, the golden mascots stand ready. Fredbear, the golden bear with his purple hat and bow tie, and Spring Bonnie, the lanky golden rabbit with bright eyes, are the main attractions, their wide smiles frozen in permanent cheer. Sometimes they move on their own, guided by careful programming and mechanical timing, and sometimes those smiles hide a living person inside, waving slowly, singing along, bending down to hug an innocent child who will remember this night as pure magic. They are Springlock suits, these early wonders, and the technology behind them is clever, almost delicate. Inside the plush outer shell, metal frames and moving rods can shift and compress, locking back against the inner walls to make space for a performer, then expanding again to stand as autonomous animatronics when no one is wearing them. It is a system of hinges and clasps, of tension and tiny release points, all of it quietly waiting to be set just right. And if moisture seeps in, or a latch is nudged at the wrong moment, those internal parts can snap back into place with sudden, lethal force, turning the body of the suit from a costume into a cage. For now, though, nothing terrible has happened here. Children laugh over paper plates, parents chat at the tables, and the stage lights bathe the golden mascots in a warm glow that feels safe, like a shared dream of simpler nights. The jukebox hums in the background, arcade machines beep softly, and the whole place seems suspended outside of tragedy, as if the haunted shadows of this timeline have not yet found the door. In the back rooms, William Afton moves between roles, businessman and performer, sometimes climbing carefully into the Spring Bonnie suit, sometimes watching from the corners, always calculating. He sees full tables, birthday bookings, the first hints of a brand that might spread to new towns, new restaurants, a growing legacy built on smiling faces and mechanical friends. Henry Emily, quieter, more grounded, keeps his focus on maintenance and safety, checking bolts, listening for irregular clicks in the gears, trying to make sure the children stay safe, even if he cannot be everywhere at once. Places remember. The walls take in the echo of every song, the floors absorb the rhythm of every running footstep, and the metal frames behind those golden suits soak up laughter and fear like a sponge. Step by step, in these quiet hours after closing, Fredbear's family diner is beginning to collect memories, small impressions of joy and unease that will cling to it through every remodel and rebranding, a history that will never fully fade, no matter how many times the sign outside changes its name. From diner to franchise, the birth of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, and as those memories settle into the walls of the little diner, the world outside is changing. Word spreads. Parents talk, children beg. Local papers mention the singing bear and his rabbit partner, until the quiet success of Fredbear's family diner begins to glow bright enough to draw new eyes, new money, and new ambitions. Investors see something simple and profitable, a place where birthdays almost run themselves, where animatronics never call in sick, where a single cozy room might become a recognizable name. Step by step, what began as a neighborhood stop becomes a business model, a brand that can be copied, franchised, and sold. Henry still thinks in terms of safety and craftsmanship, while William, watching the numbers, begins to think in terms of scale. With that shift comes a new idea. If this is going to be a chain, it needs a mascot that feels broader than one old-fashioned golden bear. So Freddy Fazbear is born on a sketchpad and in a boardroom, a brown bear with a neat top hat and bow tie, designed to be friendly, marketable, and endlessly reproducible. His face is meant for posters, commercials, and birthday invitations, for television jingles and coupon ads tucked into Sunday papers. Slowly, almost politely, the original golden characters are edged aside. Fredbear and Spring Bonnie still exist, but they are used less often, brought out for special occasions, or pushed to side stages and back rooms, while the new Freddy and his growing band take center stage. The history of the diner is still there, but it's already being painted over with brighter colors and a more modern smile. The buildings themselves grow with the dream. Small dining rooms become larger pizzerias, then multiple locations, each with more tables, more lights, and more animatronics. Freddy is joined by Bonnie the rabbit with his guitar, Chica the chicken clutching her cupcake, Foxy the pirate waiting behind his curtain. Each has its own quirks and program personality. Another friendly mask stretched over cold metal, wiring, and servos that twitch to life in the quiet hours after closing. As the chain expands, the tone of the story bends, just slightly. With growth come budgets and deadlines, corners to cut, safety checks rushed or postponed. A broken part is patched instead of replaced. An older suit is stored instead of scrapped. The restaurants become crowded enough that someone like William Afton can move through the halls unnoticed, a familiar face in a sea of employees, his private thoughts drifting slowly into darker places. Small rumors begin to surface, at first as harmless anecdotes. An animatronic turns its head a little too smoothly when no one is nearby. A child swears that Freddy's eyes followed them across the room. A night guard notes a strange malfunction, a door that refuses to close, a character standing inches from where it was powered down. These moments are dismissed as imagination, faulty wiring, or the stress of long shifts, quiet tragedies brushed off before they can settle into policy or record. But behind the cheerful music and birthday songs, something in William is watching, listening, and wondering. The costumes are convincing. The back rooms are private. The company is large enough now that accidents can be explained away, and complaints can be lost in a tangled web of paperwork. In these haunted shadows of success, a darker curiosity begins to wake inside him, asking what might happen if these places, these suits, and these restless spirits of childhood trust were used for something far more terrible than entertainment. A father in the shadows, William Afton's family, and fractures out in public. William Afton is a businessman, a technician, a quiet architect of laughter and stage lights. But when the doors of the restaurants close and the crowds drift away, he goes home, and the story of this timeline narrows from company ledgers and blueprints to the fragile, innocent world of his own children. Here, in the quiet hours between shifts, the next layer of tragedy is quietly taking shape. There is an older son, already learning how to wear a mask of confidence, already discovering that other people's fears can be pushed and prodded like buttons on a control panel. His teasing has an edge to it, a cruel streak disguised as jokes, as if he has absorbed some unspoken lesson about power from the man who raised him. There is a daughter, bright-eyed and curious, drawn to the animatronics the way other children are drawn to fairy tales, seeing in them not danger, but magic and possibility. And then there is the youngest, the child we often remember simply as the crying child, drifting slowly at the edge of every scene. He is anxious, easily startled, his world filled with nightmares of metal jaws and painted smiles. Where other children see friendly mascots and birthday songs, he sees looming figures in the dark, waiting at the threshold of his room, waiting behind the stage curtain, waiting with gaping mouths and empty, haunted eyes. The Afton house itself reflects this unease. It should be a place of warmth and safety, yet the hallways feel too dim. The doors a little too often locked, the air holding the faint, constant hum of hidden machinery. In some rooms, toys are scattered on the floor. In others, strange devices sit half-finished on tables, as if the boundary between workplace and home has been quietly erased. Shadows cling to the corners, and even in daytime, it feels as though the walls are listening. William moves through this space like a distant planet orbiting his own family. He is present, but not truly there, his attention always half-claimed by designs and experiments. His parenting is not overtly tender. It is measured, observant, almost clinical. He watches how his children react to the animatronics, to being left alone in the dark, to the subtle presence of fear. Their emotions become data points. Their tears and trembling hands another column in an invisible ledger. For the crying child, the nights are the worst. He wakes from dreams of Fredbear and Freddy, of suits bending down toward him, of teeth closing with a grinding, echoing snap. He imagines eyes opening in the posters on his walls, imagines the plush toys at the foot of his bed, turning their heads when he is not looking. The characters that have built William's legacy feel, to this child, like restless spirits pressing against the glass of his reality. The older brother turns this fear into a game. He slips on masks, jumps from doorways, whispers threats about being watched, about being eaten, about being trapped inside a suit forever. To him, it is entertainment, a way to get laughs from his friends, a way to feel powerful in a house ruled by secrets. He does not see how deeply the cruelty cuts. He only sees the reaction, the flinches and sobs that prove his control. William rarely intervenes. Sometimes he is simply not there. Other times, he stands in a doorway, saying nothing, eyes unreadable, as if observing an experiment he has no intention of interrupting. The fear in his youngest son, the bravado in his eldest, the fascination in his daughter, all fold neatly into his growing understanding of what fear can do to a mind, and what it might do when paired with metal and code. And so we arrive at a quietly pivotal image in this tangled web of family and franchise. The crying child standing outside a pizzeria, small shoulders shaking, tears gathering as he stares through the glass at the stage. There, under the soft glow of colored lights, a golden bear waits with its jaw open in a frozen smile. Other children laugh and clap, but he cannot move. Something in him recognizes, long before anyone else, that behind those teeth and that painted grin, a terrible future is waiting, step by step, to swallow him whole. As we move forward along this haunted timeline, let the tale wash over you, because that single trembling moment at the doors of the pizzeria is about to shape every tragedy that follows. Springlocks and secrets, the dangerous suits. Beneath the smiles from that single trembling moment at the pizzeria doors, we move inward, past the laughter and the posters, into the back rooms where the real secrets wait. Here, away from the bright dining area, stand the Springlock suits, quiet and patient, their painted smiles frozen in the dim light. On the surface, they are just more costumes in a long, strange history of mascots, but inside them, the metal is wound tight with risk. Springlock suits are not ordinary costumes. They are complex devices, built to live two lives at once, able to stand on stage as animatronics, yet also be worn by a human performer when the occasion demands it. Inside the fabric and fur, a full metal endoskeleton is held back by delicate spring mechanisms, carefully cranked away from where a person's body will rest. In theory, it is a clever solution, a flexible tool for a growing company. But the theory is fragile. Every manual, every training tape, every tired manager's speech repeats the same warnings in a steady, practiced voice. Moisture is dangerous. Sudden movements are dangerous. Improper handling, rushed preparation, or even a nervous stumble can be dangerous. If the spring locks fail, if those tiny components slip for just a moment, the endoskeleton snaps back into place with crushing force, reclaiming the space a human thought was safe. We are told that staff are reminded again and again that procedures are clear, that nothing will go wrong if everyone is careful. Yet we know how workplaces drift slowly into habit, how people cut corners when a show is about to start, when nothing bad has happened. Yet, in that gap between warning and disaster, the springlock suits wait. Quiet tragedies in the making. For William Afton, these suits are more than tools. He uses them not only for performance, but as a way to move unseen among the innocent children, to become a trusted figure that no one questions. On the outside, a friendly mascot. On the inside, a calculating predator, watching from behind plastic eyes. The dual-purpose nature of the suit mirrors his own double life as father and killer, businessman and monster, walking the same corridors in different skins. There is a symbolism here that lingers in the haunted shadows of this timeline. A smiling costume that can, in an instant, become lethal. A figure that promises fun and safety, yet hides sharpened metal and restless spirits waiting to be made. It is the perfect image of a tangled web. Comfort and danger woven together so tightly that most people cannot tell them apart until it is too late. So the springlock suits are rolled into storage rooms and back closets when they are not needed. Their golden faces gathering dust, their mechanisms aging quietly. In the quiet hours after closing, they stand in rows, listening to the building settle. Their springs drying, their tolerances shrinking, their potential for disaster slowly increasing with every year that passes. As we continue along this haunted timeline, let the tale wash over you and remember these silent guardians of future tragedy, because they will not remain still forever. One day, one of these suits will no longer be William Afton's disguise, but his metal tomb, the place where the legacy he has built finally turns inward and the machinery of fate closes around him. The first vanishings, the missing children incident begins. And so, while we know that one day a springlock suite will close around William Afton like a metal coffin, for now, the suits still move freely through his world, and his shadow still moves with them. We leave the promise of that future tomb behind and step into an ordinary afternoon at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, where the tragedy has not yet been named, and the horror is still hiding in plain sight. The lights are bright here, but a little faded at the edges, colors softened by grease and time. Arcade machines chirp in uneven rhythms, prize counters glimmer with cheap toys, and the smell of cheese and soda hangs thick in the air. Children run from game to game, from the ball pit to the stage, their laughter drifting slowly through the dining room while parents talk over paper plates and lukewarm coffee, believing this is a safe, familiar place. The animatronics perform their looping songs, plastic smiles fixed in place, and above it all, the cheerful jingle of Freddy Fazbear's theme tries to smooth every rough edge. In that noise and comfort, there is another presence. A man in a costume, sometimes remembered as yellow, sometimes as purple in the haunted shadows of memory, moves easily among the tables. He waves, he nods, he leans down to speak at a child's eye level with a friendly tilt of the head. To the adults, he is just another employee, another mascot doing his job. To the children, he is a promise of a private show in the back, a secret room, a special birthday surprise that the others don't get to see. One day, a child follows him and does not come back. At first, it is confusion, not terror. An empty chair at a long plastic table, a slice of pizza growing cold and glossy, balloons tugging weakly at their strings as the helium slowly fades. A mother frowns, checks the restroom, asks an employee. The music keeps playing. Freddy keeps singing. Somewhere, a token rolls across the floor and disappears under a cabinet. One of those quiet tragedies no one notices in the moment. Time passes. Another day, another party, another child led through a staff-only door that should not have been opened. Again, there is an empty seat, a name called a little too loudly, a voice cracking at the edges. The pattern emerges with agonizing slowness, separated by days, by different shifts, by the comforting lie that lightning does not strike the same place twice. Parents panic, employees search, managers apologize, and yet the stage show never stops. William knows every hallway, every maintenance corridor, every blind spot in the grainy cameras he helped install. He knows which suits can be worn, which rooms are seldom checked, which doors can be locked from the inside without anyone noticing. Moving through his own creation, he becomes a ghost long before his death, slipping in and out of frame, leaving almost nothing behind but questions and grief. Eventually, the outside world notices. Police cars in the parking lot, yellow tape across familiar doors, news anchors reading carefully worded statements over grainy photos of smiling children in party hats. The name Freddy Fazbear's Pizza appears on television, not as a place of birthday dreams, but as the center of a growing, tangled web of fear. The company responds as companies do, cleaning, repainting, replacing carpets, changing logos, trying to scrub the history away so they can reopen and move forward. But some things do not move on. In the quiet hours, when the lights dim and the last parent has left, something of those children lingers. It clings to metal and plastic, to wires and circuitry, to friendly faces that were supposed to be harmless. The animatronics begin to feel wrong, their movements a little too aware, their eyes tracking spaces where no one stands. The missing children have not simply vanished from the timeline. They have become restless spirits inside hollow shells, turning mascots into haunted sentries, and their anger is only just beginning to wake. Haunted metal, possession and the birth of the original animatronics. The mascots stand where we left them, yet the room around them has changed. The last families have gone home, the kitchen has gone dark, and Freddy Fazbear's Pizza exhales into the quiet hours after closing. The overhead lights dim to a tired glow. Paper plates and party hats lie abandoned on the tables, and on the stage, Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy wait in their rigid poses, painted smiles frozen in place, while the building settles with low creaks and the distant hum of refrigeration. It is in this half-light, in these haunted shadows between business and emptiness, that something begins to seep in. We can imagine the air still holding the echo of laughter and birthday songs. Yet beneath that, like a stain beneath fresh paint, there are the last moments of the missing children. Fear, betrayal, pain, and disbelief have nowhere to go, so they linger, drifting slowly through the hallways, clinging to party rooms and security doors, soaking into the carpet, the wiring, the very metal frames that give the animatronics their shape. We do not need complex words for it yet. We only need the image, intense emotion leaving an imprint, a residue, a quiet film of memory that does not wash away with mops and closing checklists. These were innocent lives cut short in a place they trusted, and that tragedy presses itself into anything that can hold it, turning cold steel into a reluctant vessel. The mascots, designed to be comforting, become anchors for a different kind of presence. The children do not simply move on. Their last conscious thoughts are tangled with these characters they once adored, the songs they knew by heart, the bright eyes that promised fun. In the dark, when the music stops and the curtains hang still, those final sights and sounds echo like a broken record. Step by step, their awareness finds its way back along those echoes, back to the only familiar shapes left standing in the gloom. Freddy's broad silhouette, Bonnie's long ears, Chica's bib, Foxy's hook glinting faintly in the dark. At first, the changes are subtle. A camera catches Freddy's head tilted at an angle no technician remembers setting. A night guard, flipping through grainy feeds, swears that Bonnie's eyes track the lens a little too precisely. Footsteps tap softly down an empty hallway, out of rhythm with the programmed path. Doors that should not open do. Lights that should not flicker will. It is as if the mascots are no longer content to follow their routes, as if something inside them is testing the limits of its new prison. These are restless spirits, and they are not at peace. The children are confused, their last clear image of an adult in a costume. A rabbit with a smile that hid a knife. Rage and terror blur together, and in that blur, they reach for anything that resembles the man who hurt them. A uniform, a badge, a flashlight beam in the dark. They cannot neatly separate guilty from innocent, so anyone seated alone in that office, framed by monitors and humming fans, becomes a possible target. One day, we will sit in that chair ourselves, through the eyes of the night guards, who try to survive until 6 a.m. We will listen to tired phone calls, watch the cameras, and feel that same prickling awareness that we are being watched back. The gameplay we know grows from this moment, from this first, quiet binding of soul to shell, from these quiet tragedies that turn a children's restaurant into a hunting ground. And this is only the first layer. What begins as raw possession, as grief clinging to metal, will not remain an accident forever. In time, someone will notice that death can be captured, that agony can be harvested, and this vague residue will gain a name, a method, a cruel purpose. Experiments will follow, remnant will be drawn out and injected, and the timeline will shift from haunted chance to deliberate monstrosity. Closures and reopenings, the cycle of pizzerias and cover-ups. And once remnant becomes a method instead of a mystery, we begin to notice something else in this timeline. A rhythm of closing doors and opening ones, of lights switching off in one dining room, while a new sign is quietly raised across town. After the first missing children vanish behind those cheerful posters, the illusion cracks, and parents who once smiled at the jingles now look at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza with open fear. Public outrage comes in waves, news reports, police tape, worried interviews with shaken families. For a brief moment, everything stops. The pizzeria shutters its doors, the games fall silent, and investigators move through the quiet hours with flashlights, taking photographs of party rooms that still smell of pizza and spilled soda. We're told that everything will be made safer, cleaner, more secure, as if better locks and brighter bulbs could touch the haunted shadows already settling into the walls. Fazbear Entertainment responds the way it knows best, not with confession, but with cosmetics. New paint blooms across the facade, bright and inviting, as if a fresh color could erase memory. New animatronics are rolled out, shinier, more advanced, sometimes with friendly plastic faces to soften their mechanical stare. The company releases carefully worded statements, calling the disappearances isolated incidents, unfortunate accidents, rare tragedies in an otherwise family-friendly history. And then, almost before we realize it, the doors are open again. A new name on the marquee, a slightly different logo, a promise of improved safety protocols. Yet the pattern holds. Whenever something terrible happens, disappearances, the rumor of a foul, rotting smell from inside a mascot suit, strange behavior from characters that move when they should be still. The solution is never to stop, never to truly reckon, but to remodel, rename, and reopen. Step by step, the cycle becomes its own quiet character in this story. Inside the company, profit outweighs truth. Image outweighs reality. As long as birthday bookings keep flowing and children keep laughing under the stage lights, the whispers about haunted machines remain easy to ignore. Reports of animatronics staring too long, of voices heard after closing, are brushed aside as faulty wiring or overactive imaginations. To admit more would be to admit that the very heart of the business is built on restless spirits and old crimes. So the characters themselves are shuffled like props. Old models, stained by incident and rumor, are dragged into back rooms and storage closets, left to gather dust among spare heads and tangled wires. Newer suits are built over old endoskeletons, the metal cores reused, the same cursed foundations wearing brighter shells. In this tangled web of upgrades and repairs, the haunted legacy simply moves along. Drifting slowly from one body to the next, the children's agony welded into each joint. Each fresh coat of paint is only a thin layer over bloodstains no one wants to see. Each new location, whether a modest local pizzeria or a more ambitious family center, is just another stage upon which the same quiet tragedies can replay themselves with minor variations. We begin to feel an inevitability, as if the brand itself is a dream that refuses to die, no matter how many times it burns, closes, or is quietly sold off and revived. And behind this cycle, one figure is watching more closely than anyone else. While the company tries to bury the past beneath marketing campaigns and mascots, William Afton is not finished. The closures are not endings to him, but opportunities, each shut down another chance to refine his methods. His curiosity about life, death, and the soul is already leading him away from dining rooms and into hidden basements, secret facilities, and underground labs where the public can no longer see what is being built in the dark. A house of hidden rooms, the road towards sister location. So now, as the last dining rooms close and the cheerful murals peel in the dark, we return to William Afton himself. He is older here, more practiced, his hands no longer trembling when he opens a metal casing or wipes away a stain. He has watched children die, watched animatronics move when they should be still, and somewhere inside, a quiet certainty has taken root. Death is not an ending, not inside his work. We can imagine him alone in the quiet hours after a shutdown, standing in front of an inactive suit, remembering how it twitched without power, how a jaw closed on its own. For most people, those moments would be warnings, haunted shadows meant to drive them away. For William, they are invitations. He begins to see the animatronics not as characters or products, but as vessels, as containers that can be coaxed into holding something that lingers after a body goes still. Step by step, his fascination turns into a disciplined obsession. He wants to understand this residue of suffering, this invisible film of agony and longing that clings to metal and fabric. He gives it names in his notes, sketches equations in the margins of blueprints, trying to measure what cannot be seen. If spirits can anchor themselves to a Freddy suit, he wonders, what would happen if you built a machine specifically designed to catch them, to store them, to bend them toward a purpose? That question pulls him away from the public eye. The pizzerias become masks, stage fronts for a deeper project. Behind service hallways, false walls appear. A supply closet gains a second door that only he uses. In one house, a simple hallway leads to a locked bedroom, and beyond that, a private workshop where his children are not allowed. In another property, a basement is dug a little deeper, then deeper still, until the dirt gives way to concrete and cable trays and the first hint of an elevator shaft. We are drifting slowly now from party rooms into laboratories. William's blueprints change shape. There are fewer top hats and more restraint mechanisms, fewer speaker mounts and more internal cavities that open and close like steel ribs. These are not built to sing. They are built to capture, to contain, to test what happens when restless spirits are given no easy way out. Above ground, the brand struggles with lawsuits and closures. Below ground, something entirely new is being planned. Somewhere, away from the noise of arcades, an underground facility takes form on paper first. Long corridors with no windows, control rooms with glass walls, maintenance shafts that only small bodies could fit through. An elevator will descend into the earth, carrying workers past layers of rock into a place where the air always smells of metal and coolant, where the only light comes from flickering fluorescence and monitor glow. It is a house of hidden rooms, stretched horizontally beneath an ordinary plot of land. The man who once tucked secret rooms inside family homes is now designing an entire secret world. He lies easily to his children, to his partners, to himself, telling them it is just business, just research, just another step in the company's history. On the surface, a harmless new name begins to circulate in quiet conversations and on stamped metal plates. Afton Robotics, LLC. Another follows, softer, almost playful. Circus Babies Entertainment and Rental. To the neighbors, it will look like any other building. But beneath that building, a new kind of nightmare is waiting. Patient and powerless, just for now, until someone throws the switch and powers it on for the very first time. The Afton children and the shadow of the pizzerias above, that quiet, anonymous building with Afton Robotics stamped on its paperwork. Life in the Afton household continues, or at least appears to, drifting slowly along its familiar grooves. The neighbors see a family of 5, a working father, a busy mother, 3 children moving through school days and weekend outings, and they do not see the haunted shadows gathering in the corners of the home, cast by projects hidden just beneath their feet. We return to that house now with new eyes. knowing what William is building in the dark, knowing that every sketch on his desk and every blueprint on the kitchen table is another thread in the tangled web of this timeline. His children live in the long shadow of their father's work, not through lectures or explanations, but through fragments, a discarded endoskeleton joint left on a counter, a smear of grease on his cuffs, the quiet hum of distant machinery when the rest of the street has gone to sleep. The pizzerias are not simply places they visit. They are the atmosphere they breathe. For the youngest, the crying child, this atmosphere seeps into his dreams first. At night, his bedroom door seems too wide, too dark, as if something tall could be standing just out of sight. He wakes to the imagined creak of heavy animatronic feet on the hallway floorboards, to the faint echo of a music box that should belong in a prize corner, but now plays somewhere behind his closet door. In those quiet hours, the friendly faces of Freddy and Bonnie and Chica no longer belong on bright posters. They loom, enormous and unblinking, at the threshold of his bed. He begins to believe, in that helpless, innocent way children do, that the characters from the pizzeria have followed him home. A shape at the window becomes Foxy's hook. A coat on a chair becomes a jaw full of teeth. He presses his hands over his ears, but still hears distant laughter and the soft mechanical whir of servos, as if the stage has relocated to his room. Sleep turns thin and restless, more a negotiation than a refuge. His sister, a little older, stands on the other side of that fear. Where he trembles, she leans closer. She lingers beside her father's papers, tracing the outlines of segmented limbs and wide, welcoming eyes, fascinated by designs that do not yet exist upstairs. William speaks, just occasionally, of a different kind of show, of more advanced performers, and she imagines someone like Circus Baby before the name is ever printed on a flyer, tall, graceful, with ice cream in one hand and a microphone in the other. Her curiosity mirrors her father's, but without his cruelty. In her mind, these machines are friends waiting to be born, not tools for harvesting fear. Between them stands the older brother, already learning how to weaponize the family's legacy in smaller, crueler ways. He drags the crying child toward the pizzeria on afternoons when the sun is bright and the parking lot is full, pushing him forward while he clings desperately to door frames and railings. At home, he slips on masks and rubber heads, jumps from behind furniture, laughs as his younger sibling collapses in sobs, convinced that the jaws will not stop this time. The stage, for the crying child, becomes a place of public humiliation, long before it becomes a place of physical danger. And William sees. He notices the way his youngest recoils from the animatronics, the way his heart races when metal feet thud nearby. And he does nothing to stop the games. If anything, he watches with a quiet clinical interest, as though his son's terror is another experiment, another data point proving that these creations can inspire powerful, controllable fear. In this way, even the family's private pain becomes part of the research. There is a strange contrast now, growing sharper each week, between the bright, colorful posters that promise fun and pizza and songs, and the dim, anxious interior of the Afton home, where those same characters feel like intruders rather than friends. The children carry the pizzeria with them in different ways, as nightmare, as fascination, as opportunity for cruelty. Their house is no longer separate from the stage. It is an extension of it, a backstage where emotions are rehearsed. Step by step, we move toward a date already circled on a calendar. A birthday is approaching, One that will be celebrated, as so many are, at Fredbear's family diner, beneath the golden mascot that started it all. Invitations are written, a party is planned, and the adults talk about cake and gifts, while the crying child lies awake and listens for phantom music boxes in the hallway, knowing that the place everyone calls fun is, for him, a waking nightmare he cannot escape. The bite of 83 is not here yet, but its shadow is already resting gently across his pillow. The bite of 83, a birthday turned quiet tragedy, and so, the day arrives, just as the shadow on his pillow promised. Though the sun outside is bright, and the grown-ups call it a celebration. We step with him into Fredbear's family diner, into air that smells faintly of pizza and frosting, into a room where coloured balloons are tied carefully to each metal chair, swaying gently whenever someone passes too close. On a table near the centre, a cake waits under plastic wrap, white frosting ridged like quiet waves, candles still unlit, while in the background the arcade machines chime softly, their little melodies drifting slowly through the noise. On the small stage, under warm yellow lights that turn dust into glittering motes, Fredbear stands frozen in his performance pose, jaw parted in a permanent friendly grin. Children run past in short bursts of laughter, shoes squeaking on the floor, while parents talk in low voices at the edges, half watching, half lost in their own thoughts. For most of them, this is just another afternoon, another entry in the long timeline of family outings. But for the crying child, it feels like being led back into a dream he has already tried to wake up from. He clings to the doorway at first, fingers whitening around the frame, eyes locked on the stage as if the golden bear might leap down at any second. When he is coaxed inside, he moves along the walls, hiding briefly under tables, flinching every time the animatronics shift or the crowd cheers at a song. His brother's friends roll their eyes, the adults murmur about childish fears, and his terror is dismissed as an overactive imagination. Just another one of those quiet tragedies that no one recognizes until it is too late. As the party wears on and the cake edges grow warm, his older brother grows restless, caught between embarrassment and the careless cruelty of youth. He exchanges a glance with his friends, a silent decision settling between them like dust. One last joke, they think. One last scare to make him get over it. They lift him from behind, arms hooking under his shoulders and legs, and he kicks and sobs, protests lost beneath the music and the clatter of plates, while their laughter echoes over the tinny speakers. They carry him toward the stage, toward Fredbear's waiting grin, his tears streaking down onto their hands. To them, this is a prank photo, a frozen moment to mock later, as they force his small head toward the open jaws, nudging his face between carefully engineered teeth, unaware of the delicate mechanisms, the springs and locks that keep costume and endoskeleton balanced. The golden muzzle frames his terrified eyes, a parody of a birthday portrait. And then, in a heartbeat that seems to stretch forever, there is a sudden snap, a jolt. Fredbear's jaw slams shut with unnatural force, metal grinding against metal, a sickening crunch hidden inside the cheerful music. For a second, the room does not understand. The partygoers' screams rise slowly, blending with the whir of servos and the looping song, as if the diner itself is refusing to accept what has just happened. The crying child's body goes limp in their arms, and silence ripples outward from the stage. Someone drops a cup. Someone else calls his name. The music keeps playing for a few seconds too long, a bright, hollow tune over a dark, widening stain. until at last a hand finds the switch and the speakers die, leaving only panicked voices and the distant beeping of arcade machines still running their own oblivious routines. Later, the scene shifts, and we follow him into the hospital, away from the haunted shadows of the diner, into a room washed in pale, sterile light. Machines stand like quiet sentries around his bed, their monitors glowing faintly, beeping in slow, steady patterns that almost lull us into sleep. He drifts in and out of consciousness, floating between pain and numbness, between this world and whatever waits beyond, his mind replaying golden jaws and the way laughter twisted into screams. In these quiet hours, as his family keeps vigil and doctors murmur in the hallway, another thread is woven into the tangled web of this story. Another innocent life caught in the legacy of faulty suits and restless spirits. We let the tale wash over us, step by step, knowing that when his breathing finally stills, the tragedy of 83 will not end in that room. It will echo outward, changing William Afton, changing the company, and pushing this haunted history toward darker experiments still to come. Grief, guilt, and a golden shadow. Aftermath of the bite. When the hospital lights finally dim on the crying child story, we leave the monitors and antiseptic corridors behind, and the timeline carries us back to the Afton home, where the aftermath settles in like dust that no one dares to disturb. The house is the same shape, the same walls, the same rooms, but everything inside it feels heavier, as if the air itself remembers the sound of metal jaws closing. His bedroom door stays closed now. Behind it, toys sit exactly where small hands left them. A bed still made for an innocent sleeper who will never return to it. Drawings on the walls frozen in their last bright moment before tragedy. In the hallway, one picture frame has been turned face down, quietly removing his smile from the family's daily path, while another hangs just slightly crooked, as though someone reached for it and lost the strength halfway through. We can almost hear the silence, a thick, uncomfortable quiet that wraps around each room. The older brother carries that silence with him. In his mind, he replays the stage again and again. The teasing, the lifting, the terrified thrashing, and then that awful mechanical bite, the crunch that cut through laughter and turned a cruel joke into a lifelong sentence of guilt. He sees Fredbear's golden head closing, feels the crowd scream, and knows, with a clarity that never softens, that his own hands delivered his brother to that mouth. Even when he tries to sleep, drifting slowly toward restless dreams, the moment waits for him in the dark. William's grief, though, does not look like theirs. He does not wail in the living room or collapse in the hallway. Instead, he grows quieter, more focused, moving through the house with a distant, haunted stare. On the surface, he is composed, almost detached, but underneath, something in him has shifted toward obsession. A child has died in the presence of his creations, inside the jaws of a golden animatronic, and for a mind already curious about the boundary between life and machine, that detail will not let go. In the quiet hours, while the rest of the family tries to sleep or simply endure, William retreats to hidden workspaces and back rooms, to the gentle whir of fans and the soft click of tools against metal. Step by step, his thoughts coil around a new idea, that the crying child's death is not only a loss, but a data point, an event he can study. He begins to wonder what happens to a soul at the exact moment it meets cold endoskeleton and artificial teeth, whether something unseen lingers, whether it can be measured, captured, or bound. Fredbear and the other golden suits like him become more than mascots in William's mind. They are symbols of potent emotion, of fear and agony concentrated into a single instant. Golden fur, golden metal, golden shadows. He starts to suspect that these quiet tragedies, these charged moments of terror and grief, might leave behind a residue, a remnant that could be harnessed. The house mourns, but in the workshop, the tragedy of 83 is already being translated into theory. And as we let the tale wash over us, we can feel another change gathering just beyond the edge of this chapter. This will not be the last time William loses a child to his own creations. Somewhere ahead, a curious daughter will walk too close to a different animatronic, one designed with a colder purpose, and the tangled web of this family's legacy will pull tighter around her, drawing us toward the next quiet catastrophe. Designing monsters, from friendly mascots to circus baby, and as that earlier loss settles over the Afton household like dust in an empty room, we feel William's attention turning, slowly but decisively, toward the future of his creations. The clumsy mascots of crowded dining halls are no longer enough. In the quiet hours after closing, in workshops filled with blueprints and humming tools, he begins to imagine something taller, more graceful, more intricate. From that restless dreaming, Circus Baby takes shape. She is an evolution of everything he has learned, a towering, childlike clown, animatronic with bright, inviting colors, red pigtails that bounce when she moves, and a wide, carefully calibrated smile. On the outside, she looks friendly, almost comforting, the kind of character an innocent child might run toward without hesitation. Yet beneath the painted metal plates, her internal mechanisms are denser, colder, and far more complex than any Freddy Fazbear model that came before. Around her, a new cast assembles, not for a bustling public pizzeria, but for something more controlled and secretive. Ballora, the elegant ballerina, is designed to glide through dimly lit rooms, eyes closed, guided by sound rather than sight. Funtime Freddy and Funtime Foxy, bright and theatrical, are built with detachable faces and segmented shells, their bodies opening like mechanical flowers. Together, they belong not to a neighborhood restaurant, but to Circus Baby's entertainment and rental, a business whose very name suggests private parties, small gatherings, and spaces where oversight can be carefully managed. Technologically, these animatronics mark a quiet turning point in our timeline. They carry facial recognition systems tied to criminal databases, voice-mimicking modules that can reproduce a parent's tone, and tracking routines that allow them to follow specific children through a room. Hidden deep inside their chests and torsos are devices that extend, clamp, store, and transport, mechanisms whose purposes reach far beyond simple dancing, singing, or handing out ice cream. Step by step, William's intentions bleed through the circuitry. These machines are designed to attract children with playful interaction, to isolate them from the crowd, and then to do something with them, something that does not belong on any birthday flyer. Capture, experimentation, or worse, all become possible within these shells, as if the crying child's tragedy has been reinterpreted not as a warning, but as a research note. Outwardly, they remain graceful dancers and friendly clowns, moving with a gentle precision that masks the haunted shadows of their design. Inwardly, they are dense lattices of metal and tubing, reservoirs and needles, built by a man who has begun to see every quiet tragedy as data, every restless spirit as a resource to be studied and weaponized. The spaces they inhabit reflect that shift. No open dining rooms now, no easy exits or watchful crowds, only underground halls, maintenance shafts, and private rental rooms where the lights can be dimmed and the doors can lock quietly. The atmosphere grows more claustrophobic, more controlled, as if the whole world of Fazbear is sinking beneath the surface. So we leave this chapter with a single image. Circus Baby, standing alone in a darkened room, her eyes dim, her systems humming softly, waiting to be activated for the first time. Her programming already carries instructions that will lead, drifting slowly but inevitably, to William's next family tragedy, and to a little girl who will step too close when the show finally begins. Down below, the secret facility of Sister Location awakens Circus. Baby stands in the dark, waiting, and then the scene shifts, as if the camera of this long timeline slowly tilts downward. We leave the stage lights and painted walls behind, and we begin to descend step by step into the place built beneath the show. Not a basement, not a storage room. An entire world hidden under concrete and rebar. Imagine an elevator, its doors closing with a soft clank, the button for the lowest level pressed by a tired hand. At first, the ride feels ordinary, a simple drop beneath the surface. But as we're drifting slowly downward, the outer world fades. The rough texture of the shaft glides past. Poured concrete scored with marks from construction, rusted rebar peeking through in thin, jagged lines, cables humming faintly as they strain against the weight. The deeper we go, the more we hear it, the soft hum of machinery, the distant thrum of generators, the quiet breath of a facility that never truly sleeps. When the elevator finally shudders to a halt, fluorescent lights flicker awake beyond the doors, one by one, like tired eyes opening in the dark. They reveal a sterile windowless corridor stretching away in both directions, metal walls painted in muted tones, floor tiles scuffed by countless footsteps from technicians whose names history will never bother to record. The air is cool and dry, touched by the constant low drone of ventilation systems that echo faintly around us. As we walk forward, the environment unfolds. Long metal corridors branch off into glass observation rooms, each one a quiet theatre where animatronics can be studied without ever being truly approached. Control panels line the walls, their surfaces crowded with switches and blinking indicator lights. Streams of data crawling across green-tinted monitors. In larger chambers, we find storage areas where endoskeletons and full animatronics hang from ceiling tracks like sleeping giants, their limbs slack, their eyes dark, their metal frames swaying almost imperceptibly in the artificial breeze. On paper, this place has an innocent purpose. Circus Baby's entertainment and rental presents itself as a clever new arm of the Fazbear legacy, a company that sends animatronics out to birthday parties, private events, and special occasions. This underground complex, we're told, is simply the maintenance and storage hub, a logical solution to housing expensive machinery away from sticky fingers and daytime chaos. But as we move deeper, the cover story thins. There are rooms that feel less like workshops and more like laboratories, reinforced testing chambers, surgical tables with restraints, vats and furnaces where metal is heated and cooled under careful observation. Here, William's interest in remnant, in soul capture, in controlled possession, takes on a physical form. Animatronics are not only repaired, they are modified, optimized, pushed toward becoming perfect vessels for restless spirits and quiet tragedies. Technicians come and go in this maze, clocking in for night shifts, following checklists, tightening bolts, rebooting systems. They swipe their badges, They listen to distorted instruction tapes. They joke softly to fill the quiet hours. And they rarely ask why these machines need so many redundant safeguards. Why some doors lock from the outside. Why certain rooms are only accessible to one man. Just as the old security guards once watched the cameras without knowing the full haunted history, these workers maintain the future of the franchise without understanding the legacy they are feeding. Footsteps echo along the empty halls, absorbed by metal and glass. Somewhere, a fan whirs. Somewhere else, a relay clicks. Even when the animatronics are powered down, there is a feeling that they are listening, their dormant eyes following, their code waiting for the right trigger. The tangled web of William's plans has reached a new layer now, buried beneath the earth, away from witnesses and daylight. And within this quiet labyrinth, something is already poised to go wrong. A path has been laid from her father's reassuring words to an elevator keycard, from a surface-level promise of fun to the underground reality of a carefully designed monster. Soon, one of William's own children will step into this facility, trusting the man who built it, trusting the smiling face of Circus Baby, unaware that she is walking straight into the arms of a program that has been taught to notice her, to call to her, and to never let her leave. For now, we simply let the tale wash over us, knowing that the next door to open in this underground maze will belong to her. Blueprints in the dark. William's secret experiments begin. And so, while that underground stage waits patiently for the footsteps of William's daughter, we drift upward for a moment into the quieter spaces of his life, where grief has already begun to harden into something colder. The tragedies have happened. The empty chairs at the afternoon table do not need to be described again. What matters now is the way those absences echo, the way a father who cannot accept loss starts to believe that loss itself is a problem that can be solved. In the public eye, the pizzerias carry on, bright and noisy, full of innocent laughter and the cheerful music of animatronic bands. Children still chase each other between plastic tables. Parents still smile politely. And the Fazbear name tries to hold its place in local history. But behind that thin curtain of normalcy, William begins to favor the quiet hours, slipping away from the parties and the lights, descending into back rooms and basements where only the hum of machinery keeps him company. These workspaces are small, often windowless, lit by a single tired bulb that throws long, uncertain shadows across scattered blueprints. Metal parts are laid out like pieces of a puzzle. Servo motors, endoskeleton joints, faceplates from retired mascots. On the walls, diagrams show not just how a body moves, but how it might endure. Here, his descent is not a scream, but a whisper, a step-by-step retreat from ordinary morality into a world where the boundary between life and mechanism begins to blur. As he studies the haunted history of his own creations, William starts to notice a pattern, a thread running through all these quiet tragedies. The animatronics touched by violence behave differently, almost as if something clings to them. He gives that something a name that feels clinical, safe, almost scientific: remnant. In his notes, it is a mysterious substance, not quite metal and not quite spirit, born from agony, from consciousness that refuses to let go, from restless spirits that will not accept the finality of death. He tests gently at first on small mechanisms, on discarded arms and masks tucked away behind false walls. A twitch that should not happen. A servo that continues to hold tension long after power is cut. an eye that seems to track motion in an empty room. Each anomaly becomes another data point, another reason to believe that, in this tangled web of wires and sorrow, death is no longer an ending, only a change of state. Above him, the restaurants promise joy. Beneath and behind them, his hidden labs promise control. It is a perfect contrast. Birthday banners fluttering in the dining room while, just a few feet away, he melts down haunted endoskeleton fragments. Watching the shimmering residue of remnant cling to the metal like a guilty memory. In these haunted shadows, his fear of losing anyone else twists into a single, terrible goal. If he can command this substance, if he can master this strange persistence, then no child, no family member will ever truly leave him again. We do not excuse him as we follow him here. We simply observe, drifting slowly through his thoughts as he convinces himself that the answer to tragedy is to chain life in place. Somewhere beneath one of these buildings, the first designs for the Funtime line and for Circus Baby's underground home are taking shape. Blueprints inked not just in technical detail, but in denial. And as we let the tale wash over us, we can feel that every quiet decision in these rooms is guiding us closer to the moment when his experiments will finally open their eyes. Blueprints become a basement, the birth of Circus Baby's entertainment and rental. Those blueprints, once just ink and denial on a desk, do not stay flat for long. Step by step, they become concrete, wiring, and steel, pressed down beneath the surface of ordinary streets and ordinary houses, where no birthday banners or neon signs will ever point the way. While the world above keeps moving, William's ambitions slip quietly underground, taking shape as something colder and far more secret than any restaurant. This new place is called Circus Baby's Entertainment and Rental, but the name is almost a misdirection, a soft label for a hard idea. It is not a cheerful dining room with checkered floors and a stage in the corner. It is a hidden service, a private catalogue, a number you call when you want an animatronic show delivered to your event without ever asking where those performers sleep. On paper, it is an expansion of Fazbear's reach. In practice, it is William's fully realized hidden project, the quiet heart of his experiments. If we follow the plans downward, we find not party rooms, but corridors. Long, sterile hallways stretch out in pale lines, the walls too smooth, the air too still. The only sound the constant low hum of vents pushing recycled air through the underground maze. Fluorescent lights buzz and flicker in the quiet hours, sometimes leaving whole stretches in dim, uneasy shadow, as if the building itself is drifting slowly between waking and dreaming. Behind heavy doors, there are storage bays and maintenance rooms, each one a little colder than the last. Metal shelving holds spare masks and glossy plastic faces, while in the center of the rooms, motionless shapes loom. Circus Baby, Ballora, Funtime Freddy, Funtime Foxy, and others, standing in the dark like mannequins waiting for a cue that never comes. Their eyes are dark, their joints are relaxed, but we can feel that they are not truly at rest, only pause between performances and procedures, because this place is not just a rental warehouse. It is a testing ground. Every animatronic here is built with layers of intention. The surface layer of entertainment, bright colors and practiced routines, and beneath that, hidden functions and secret compartments, mechanisms for capture, containment, and quiet observation. Stomachs that can open, arms that can restrain, sensors that can study a child's reactions, fear, and pain. By now, William understands remnant, at least in the rough, brutal way that matters to him. He has seen that agony clings to metal, that restless spirits can be drawn toward endoskeletons and circuitry, that tragedy can be preserved and even repurposed. Circus Baby's underground home becomes his laboratory, where each performance is also a trial, each malfunction an opportunity to refine the process of bottling suffering. And so, somewhere far above, a nondescript service elevator door slides open with a quiet chime. Unnamed technicians step inside with clipboards and tired eyes, and the car begins to descend slowly, steadily, leaving the surface world behind. As the numbers tick downward and the light grows harsher, they sink into the haunted shadows of this secret sister location, unaware that the quiet tragedies waiting below will soon become another permanent thread in the tangled web of this timeline. A new cast in the shadows, Circus Baby, and the Funtime animatronics. The elevator settles with a muted thud, and in the quiet that follows, the harsh white light gives way to something almost theatrical, as if we've stepped not just underground, but backstage in a dream that was never meant for the public eye. Down here, beneath the restaurants and birthday rooms we know, a new cast is waiting, drifting slowly in the dark until the show begins. At the center of this hidden stage stands Circus Baby. She is taller than the others we've met before, a friendly, clown-like figure with bright green eyes and a painted smile. Her red pigtails curled into careful loops, her dress flared like a performer mid-twirl. In one hand, she holds an ice cream cone, an innocent little promise of fun, and when she speaks, her voice is soft and reassuring, almost maternal, as though she were designed to calm even the most restless spirits of anxious children. Yet within her chest, behind the segmented plates of red and white, there is a secret mechanism, a cold, mechanical cavity waiting to open when the conditions are just right. Around her are the Funtime animatronics, each one a study in elegance and unease. Funtime Freddy, with his divided face and puppet Bonbon perched on his hand, is painted in gentle pastels, his body broken into smooth, rounded segments that allow him to twist and bow with uncanny grace. Funtime Foxy glows in soft pink and white, tail curled, movements fluid like a dancer stepping carefully through shadows. Ballora does not simply walk. She glides, arms outstretched, eyes closed, spinning slowly as if the whole world is her stage. Her ballerina skirt hiding the complex machinery that lets her lean and sway with almost human poise. On the surface, these characters are bright and cheerful, designed for singing, dancing, and birthday laughter. But as we look closer, the illusion begins to thin. Embedded within their limbs and torsos are capture mechanisms and restraining frames, clamps that can close, compartments that conceal, cavities that can hold a child tight. Hidden among the colored panels are tracking devices, microphones and cameras, all wired to listen and watch with unsettling precision. They are entertainers, yes, but they are also hunters, their smiles concealing a tangled web of purpose that has nothing to do with simple fun. William has built them to be taken apart as easily as they perform. Their bodies are made of interchangeable plates and modular joints, designed to be disassembled and reassembled, their parts swapped and repurposed as needed. In this quiet facility, we can feel his thinking shifting step by step, away from mascots with fixed identities and towards something colder. Animatronics as vessels, shells that can hold remnant, children, or whatever else he chooses to trap inside. Each screw, each hinge, is a reminder that identity no longer matters to him. Only function does. The more we linger, the more we sense how advanced these creations are. Their sensors track motion and temperature. Their audio pickups can isolate a whisper in the middle of a noisy room. Their eyes follow with a focus that feels less like a toy and more like a predator testing distance. In the quiet hours between shows, they stand still, but they are never truly off. They listen, they log, they learn. The boundary between machine and watcher blurs, and if we let the tale wash over us, we can almost hear the subtle hum of data flowing through their wires, like a mechanical heartbeat. Down here, beneath the surface history of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, these fun-time animatronics become the clearest reflection of William's new philosophy. Bright colors on the outside, a maze of blades and restraints within, gentle songs and soft voices masking systems built for abduction and control. They are smiling faces stretched over a legacy of cruelty, the purest expression of a mind that has turned curiosity about life after death into a quiet tragedy of manufactured suffering. As we move deeper into this underground story, we carry the knowledge that every performance, every laugh, now hides a darker script running just beneath the painted metal skin. The Little Girl and the Ice Cream, Circus Baby's first quiet tragedy. And within that darker script, one quiet tragedy stands apart, small in scale but vast in consequence, a moment that ripples through the entire timeline like a whisper that never quite fades. We return now to the Afton family and to a little girl who loved the stage more than she feared the shadows around it. Elizabeth Afton is not a villain here, not a mastermind or a monster, but an innocent child drifting slowly through the halls her father built. Fascinated by the bright colors and the gentle voices of his creations. Among all of them, one figure calls to her the most. Circus Baby, tall and graceful, with painted cheeks, green eyes, and a voice designed to sound comforting, almost motherly. Where other animatronics laugh and shout, Baby speaks softly, as if she understands secrets, as if she was made just for Elizabeth. William sees this, and something inside him tightens. He has poured his restless curiosity into these fun-time designs, filled them with mechanisms and hidden features, and he knows there are functions he will never explain to his children. So he warns her, in a voice clipped and too sharp for a bedtime rule, to stay away from Circus Baby, to never stand near her alone. The more he insists, the more Elizabeth feels that familiar pull, the way children do when they sense a door being closed without knowing why. One day, in the quiet hours between shows, when the underground facility is still and the usual chorus of noise has faded, Elizabeth slips away. The others are distracted, the adults busy, the cameras perhaps turned just slightly aside. She pads down the corridor, small footsteps swallowed by the hum of machinery, until she reaches the private gallery where Circus Baby waits on her stage, motionless, like a statue holding its breath. Elizabeth only sees a friend. She does not see the code buried deep in Baby's systems, the hidden directive that William wrote, to capture a child when they are alone, to open the mechanism in her chest and pull them in. It is a function meant for abduction, for experiments in remnant and survival. But to Elizabeth, it is only a pretty animatronic offering a treat. There is an ice cream cone, extended from Baby's hand like an invitation, a small step forward, a quiet whir of gears as a script awakens. We do not need to linger on the moment itself. There is a sudden movement, a space opening where there should be none, and then a silence that does not end. In that silence, a life is cut short, and another haunted vessel is born. Elizabeth's spirit does not drift away. It settles instead into Circus Baby, binding child and machine together, layering that once pleasant voice with something sorrowful and aware. From then on, when Circus Baby speaks, there is a double tone beneath the words, a faint echo of a girl who wanted to be close to her father's work and found only metal and darkness. In the tangled web of Afton's legacy, she becomes both prisoner and participant, guiding and deceiving, a restless spirit looking out through painted eyes. Somewhere above and far away, William learns what has happened. We do not hear his cry, only feel the shape of it in the way he retreats further into his projects, a father who has lost another child, this time to his own creation. His grief does not soften him. It hardens into obsession and isolation, driving him deeper underground toward more experiments, more animatronics, and more haunted shadows that we will follow, step by step, as the story descends even further. Locked away, the closure of Circus, babies and the silence that followed, grief drives him downward, and then, almost as quickly, everything stops. One day, Circus Baby's entertainment and rental is an active, humming maze of machinery and quiet danger, and the next, it is marked for closure, wrapped in the careful language of corporate concern, as if a few vague mentions of safety violations could ever capture what really happened in those rooms. Officially, the story is simple and clean. There were malfunctions, they say, irregularities in the animatronics, minor incidents that suggest the need for a temporary shutdown while inspections are carried out and protocols are reviewed. But William knows better, and somewhere, in the unspoken spaces between those carefully chosen words, he is acknowledging the truth that his daughter is gone, taken by his own creation, pulled into the metal shell of Circus Baby in a moment that cannot be reversed. So the orders go out. The facility is powered down. Lights that once glowed in steady rows along the ceilings flicker, then fade to black. Control panels, once bright with status indicators and scrolling data, fall silent, their last lines of code frozen on glassy screens. Heavy doors seal with slow, deliberate finality, locking the underground complex away from the world above, as if burying a secret crime beneath concrete and steel. In the primary control room, the consoles wait in the dimness, their switches no longer touched, their labels already beginning to gather dust. Rental posters, advertising Funtime Freddy and Funtime Foxy for birthday parties and special events, start to curl at the edges, the glossy finish giving way to the quiet wear of time. The elevator, that narrow metal throat connecting the surface to the depths, closes its doors with a soft metallic sigh, as if exhaling the last breath of a dream that was always haunted. Down in the dark, the Funtime animatronics stand where they were left, Circus Baby in her gallery, Funtime Foxy in the performance room, Ballora poised in her studio, and the others waiting in their compartments, all powered down, all motionless. They resemble statues in a forgotten tomb, elegant and terrible, their painted smiles frozen, their joints locked, their bright eyes dimmed but not empty. We can almost feel, drifting slowly through these corridors in our minds, that they are only pretending to sleep, because they are not truly gone. Inside the metal, inside the wires and servo motors, remnant still clings like a residue of grief and obsession. The restless spirits of Afton's work bound to their shells. Circus Baby holds Elizabeth's memory, her voice, her awareness, even if it is fractured and submerged beneath layers of programming. The others, too, carry traces of experiments and echoes of earlier designs, a tangled web of consciousness and code waiting patiently in the dark. William does not destroy this place. He does not dismantle every frame or melt down every endoskeleton, even though he could. Instead, he locks it away, preserving his work like a private archive, convinced that he is close to something important, something final, some ultimate mastery over life, death, and the haunted shadows that now follow him. The shutdown is less a burial and more a pause, a suspended moment in his ongoing research. Time passes. Dust settles in soft layers across the control panels. The air grows still and stale. Above ground, new locations open and close, new tragedies unfold, and the public forgets that there was ever an underground rental facility at all. But beneath the surface, in these quiet hours, the sister location remains exactly as it was, a frozen moment in the larger timeline, a quiet tragedy preserved in metal and concrete, waiting for the day when someone new will ride that elevator down and wake what has been left to sleep. And when that elevator finally moves again, when its cables tremble and its lights flicker back to life, the silence will end, and the story will descend even deeper into the dark. Years beneath the floorboards, Ennard's long, patient formation. So the elevator stirs, and far below the building seems to wake with it. But in truth, something else has been awake this entire time. Even in shutdown, even in those long stretches where no human footsteps echo through the halls, the fun-time animatronics are not entirely asleep. Faint sparks of awareness flicker within them, born from remnant, from restless spirits, from the quiet tragedies that gave them life in the first place. We imagine those first nights after abandonment as utterly silent. But if we were down there with them, listening closely in the haunted shadows, we might notice the tiniest movements, the slow cycling of cooling fans, the twitch of a servo that should not move, the way an eye plate adjusts to a darkness it does not need to see. Circus Baby, Ballora, Funtime Freddy, and Funtime Foxy linger in their stages and maintenance rooms, drifting slowly between forced routines and hazy, half-formed memories of children, of parties, of screams. Over time, their shared systems become a kind of language. They speak through power draw and error codes, through data packets passed along the same tangled web of cables that once carried show music and security feeds. When one of them tests a joint or flexes a wire bundle, the others feel the change in current, the slight shift in temperature, and they answer, not with words, but with mirrored motions and subtle responses, step by step building an understanding that no technician ever intended. Circus Baby, holding Elizabeth's calculating presence, becomes the quiet center of this new conversation, while Ballora sways in distant corridors, humming to herself like a memory of a mother that never was. Funtime Freddy and his hand puppet argue in glitched, looping audio. But beneath the noise, there is agreement. They are trapped, they are used, and they do not want to remain as they are. In those quiet hours when the generators hum low and the cameras no longer watch, panels open, casing shifts, and screws fall softly to the floor. The merging does not happen in a single violent moment. It is a slow, deliberate process, a mechanical migration that creeps along the ceiling rails and through the service shafts. An arm here, a length of cable there, an extra jointed spine segment pulled from storage and repurposed. Endoskeletons are cannibalized, redistributed, and woven together, until what once were 4 distinct performers have contributed most of their bodies to something new. In the end, The thing that forms is given a name in fan whispers, but down there it simply exists. Enard, a mass of metal and wire, a cluster of eyes peering in every direction at once, a living knot of machinery threaded with remnant, carrying within it the voices and memories of multiple animatronics and the innocent children bound to them. It remembers Elizabeth's last breath, the laughter of parties, the sting of experiments, and it folds all of that into a single patient will. Enard waits. It maps every hallway, every vent, every maintenance shaft, listening for the faintest vibration of an elevator cable, for the distant click of a door unlocking above. In the vents, it coils quietly, a predator made of scrap and sorrow, hidden just out of sight, content to watch the empty facility and to rehearse, again and again, the moment when someone finally comes back down. Because when that visitor arrives, Enard will be ready, and the timeline beneath the floorboards will twist into a new shape. A Job in the basement, Michael Afton, descends to sister location. So when that visitor finally arrives, it is not a curious technician or a wandering executive who steps into the dark, but a man already tangled in the same haunted shadows that birthed Enard in the first place. We come to him late in the story, when so many quiet tragedies are already behind us, and yet, for him, they never really ended. This is Michael Afton, not the frightened boy at the birthday party anymore, not the laughing brother holding the mask, but an older figure now, worn at the edges, carrying the weight of a family's history in the way he moves and the way he obeys. A brother lost to a bite, a sister swallowed by an animatronic that was meant to delight innocent children, a father who traded sleep and sanity for remnant, for control over restless spirits that should have been allowed to dream in peace. By the time we meet Michael here, his life feels like an echo of someone else's mistakes, and the timeline is asking him to walk back into those mistakes step by step. He receives a message, or perhaps a command, from far away, a letter in neat handwriting, a taped instruction, a familiar voice telling him to go below. Go to the underground facility, it says, and put her back together. The request is simple in words and impossibly heavy in meaning. We are never told exactly who speaks. It might be William, still orchestrating from the shadows, or a distant employer repeating his instructions without understanding them, but the effect is the same. Michael listens. He goes. Perhaps he hopes that if he can fix one thing, if he can put her back together, then the rest of this broken legacy might finally loosen its grip. His first descent is quiet. An industrial service elevator, humming gently as it sinks past concrete and rebar, past the forgotten foundations of Circus Baby's pizza world. The light above him flickers, steady, then uncertain, as the walls slip by. Around him, metal groans and fans whir, a soft mechanical lullaby. And then, in the stillness, a calm synthetic voice wakes up and welcomes him. This is the hand unit, polite, precise, faintly cheerful, in a way that does not quite reach warmth. It guides him through each task, as if this were an ordinary job in an ordinary basement. It mispronounces his name, offers casual tips about workplace productivity, and reassures him that everything is functioning within acceptable parameters, even as we feel the haunted facility breathing around him. Night after night, a rhythm settles in, almost like a ritual we could drift to sleep with. The elevator ride down, the soft chime of systems coming online, crawling through narrow vents where his movements echo back at him, checking control modules bathed in colored light, pressing buttons to trigger dances and songs that no longer have an audience. When the animatronics resist, he is instructed to shock them, to send a crackling jolt through metal shells that remember children's screams and laughter. In the quiet hours between instructions, the building creaks and shifts. Panels tick as they cool. Distant gears turn with no clear purpose. Michael follows the prompts, drifting slowly from room to room, from primary control to funtime auditorium, to the darkened corners where the cameras do not quite reach, never fully understanding what waits beyond the next vent hatch. He is following orders, but beneath that obedience there is something softer and sadder, a need to make amends, even if he cannot name the exact sin he is paying for. He does not know that the animatronics have changed, that they have merged into something new, that behind Circus Baby's painted eyes, there is a patient intelligence mapping his every move. Because as Michael learns the routine, something else is learning him. In the vents and behind the glass, Ennard watches his patterns, listens to the hand unit's schedule, and begins to see, in this tired young man, a door, a way out of this buried world. And on one of these nights, when the shocks and checklists blur together, that door will finally be tested. Whispers in the wires, Circus Baby's plan for escape. On that night, when the routines blur and the vents breathe around him, the pattern finally breaks. The hand unit drones through its usual script, offering its dry mechanical reassurances, but then, slipping in between the syllables like a whisper through static, another voice arrives. It is not clipped or artificial. It is calm, measured, almost gentle. She calls herself Baby. Where the hand unit talks at Michael, Baby speaks to him, and to us, as if she has been listening for a very long time. Her words move slowly, carefully, acknowledging his fear without mocking it, describing the room he stands in, the shadows beyond the glass, the way the other animatronics stir in the dark. In this quiet, buried facility, her voice feels like a hand reaching out in the quiet hours, promising that if he listens, he might live to see morning. Step by step, she begins to guide him. When the lights flicker and metal feet scrape across the floor, Baby tells him when to hide, when to stay utterly still, when to crawl through the vents, and when to wait for the danger to pass. She warns him about Bellora's music, about Funtime Foxy's restless pacing, about the sudden lethal movements of machines designed to capture the innocent. Each night, he follows her instructions, and each night, against the odds, he survives. Trust, in a place like this, grows quietly, almost by accident. As we drift along this timeline, drifting slowly through these underground corridors, we notice something else in her tone. Baby does not speak like a simple program. She remembers. She recalls the laughter of children in bright party rooms that no longer exist, the moment her own body moved without her consent, the tragedy of a child drawn too close by an ice cream scoop. There is a haunted history in her words, a legacy of quiet tragedies pressed into metal and wire, and she hints, in careful fragments, at the pain of being aware and yet unable to leave. Only later, almost as an aside, does she admit that she is not truly alone. When she says I, there are other eyes watching. When she says we, there is a tangled web of endoskeletons and faces behind her, a collective intelligence stitched together from Funtime Freddy, Ballora, Foxy and more. This is Ennard, restless spirits and remnant fused into a single, desperate mind, all of them sharing one simple dream: escape. So Baby's guidance is never random. She leads Michael through maintenance tunnels, past control modules, and into riskier, more fragile spaces, always under the guise of helping him, always insisting that this is the only way to stay safe. She steers him closer to the heart of the facility, to the humming machinery and the great, sterile chamber known as the scooping room, where metal is torn apart and refashioned, where remnant is harvested and repurposed. Their conversations grow more intimate as they approach it. She speaks about feeling every bolt, every cable, the way the wires pull like tendons, the way silence in her gallery feels heavier than any scream. She wonders, almost wistfully, what it would be like to walk again under an open sky, to leave these haunted shadows behind. And slowly, in the back of our minds, a realization begins to settle. Her kindness has a shape. Her warnings form a pattern. Every instruction, every whispered save has been part of a larger script written not on paper, but in code, in wires, in stolen remnant. Michael thinks he is being rescued. Ennard knows he is being prepared. And when the door to the scooping room finally opens, we understand that the plan was never to guide him out of this place, but to let the nightmare wear his face instead. The scooping room. A body emptied, a vessel claimed. The scooping room waits for him like a final answer. A narrow corridor opens into a chamber that feels wrong in a quiet, clinical way. Its walls bare and colourless, its air cold enough to sting. Rails run along the ceiling, carrying hooks that sway almost imperceptibly. And in the centre of the room, like an executioner waiting for the signal, stands the scooper itself, a looming silhouette of metal arms and hidden blades. We can picture the faint hum of machinery, the soft ticking of unseen timers, the restless spirits of the fun times pressing in from the haunted shadows beyond the walls. Michael steps inside believing this is the place where things will finally be set right, where he can fix what is broken in his family's legacy, or at least free the animatronics from their suffering. The monitors have guided him here. The calm voice has promised safety, and in the quiet hours of this underground facility, he trusts that promise because he needs to. The door seals behind him with a dull, final sound. There is no alarm, no dramatic warning, only a gentle whir as systems come online, rails locking into position, sensors tracing the outline of his body. The scooper does not hate him, and it does not care for him. It is just another tool in a long history of tools, made to open machines and remove what is inside. Tonight, it will treat Michael as if he is one more machine. The arm lunges forward in a blur of motion. We do not need to linger on the violence to understand the tragedy. We can let the tale wash over you as a series of quiet images instead. A sharp impact, a weightless moment, then the sense of everything that made him human being torn away, leaving his body slack, emptied, a vessel without a pilot. On the cold floor of the scooping room, Michael Afton becomes one of this timeline's quiet tragedies, and in the silence that follows, something answers the invitation. Ennard, the tangled web of Circus Baby, Ballora, Funtime Freddy, Funtime Foxy, and all the stolen remnant between them, begins to seep forward. Wires slide across tile like cautious snakes, then climb, patient and precise, into the hollowed body. They thread through limbs and spine, loop around ribs, nestle against a heart that no longer beats. Eyes, crafted in metal, align carefully behind Michael's own, until flesh and endoskeleton form a single shivering disguise. When the process is complete, he stands, or rather, something wearing him does. Step by step, Michael walks out of the scooping room, his posture familiar, his face unchanged, his voice ready to mimic the living. On the surface, he is an ordinary young man leaving work. Within, A crowded chorus of animatronics rides along, drifting slowly toward the exit they have always been denied. Behind him, the underground complex feels as though it has exhaled. Its prisoners are finally free, carried in a body that should not move, while Michael's true self hangs somewhere between life and death, not yet finished, waiting for the moment when this fragile arrangement inevitably comes apart. Walking in a borrowed skin. Ennard's escape and Michael's return. When Ennard walks out wearing Michael's skin, the world above has no idea what has just surfaced from the underground. To the casual eye, it is still a young man leaving a job, moving through streets and quiet neighborhoods, another face in the crowd. But if we look closer, if we let the tale wash over us in these quiet hours, we can see the awkward, stumbling quality to his steps, the way his head tilts a fraction too slowly, as though the body and the thing inside it are slightly out of sync. People pass him in grocery aisles and on sidewalks, and perhaps feel, for just a moment, that something is wrong without understanding why. His smile holds a fraction too long. His gaze lingers half a second past polite. He moves like a puppet whose strings are being learned in real time. Each gesture a test, each breath a calculation. Ennard, this mass of wires and haunted shadows, is trying to remember how to be human, using Michael's body as a walking costume. Day by day, though, the disguise begins to fail. Remnant can animate and preserve, but it cannot completely deny the reality of death. Michael's skin pales, then yellows, then takes on the first faint bruised tones of decay, a quiet tragedy unfolding in slow motion. The smell changes. The seams in this borrowed vessel start to show. Clothing hides some of it, dim lighting hides the rest, but the timeline is against them, and the body that should have been buried is drifting slowly toward collapse. Eventually, the strain becomes too much. Somewhere in a cramped bathroom or an empty apartment, the tension snaps. Ennard abandons the shell it fought so hard to control, spilling out through Michael's mouth and eyes, a terrible flood of cables, metal and stolen parts, retreating down into the sewers once more. The human form is left behind on the floor, lifeless, slack, a discarded puppet with its strings cut, while below the city, a mass of wires regathers, plotting its next disguise. By all normal rules, this is where Michael's story should end. Yet, in a scene that feels almost like a dream, the body that was emptied does not stay still. Minutes pass, perhaps hours. Then fingers twitch. A chest rises with a slow, ragged breath that should not be possible. Michael, who was used, worn, and thrown away, slowly pushes himself upright again, as though some unseen current has rewound him. We are never given a clear answer to what, exactly, pulls him back. It might be remnant, the same strange substance his father melted from haunted endoskeletons and injected into the fun times, clinging stubbornly to his organs and bones. It might be his will, or the echo of all those restless spirits he has brushed against. Whatever the cause, he stands, unsteady but animate, a human being who has quietly stepped outside the normal contract of life and death. When he finally dares to look in a mirror, the change is undeniable. His skin has taken on a faint, unnatural purple hue, bruised by rot and yet held together, his eyes ringed with exhaustion but still aware. Many fans call him the purple guy in this state, but unlike William, there is no murderous glee in his expression, only a tired understanding. Death has touched him and failed to claim him, and he accepts it. There is no dramatic outburst, no grand speech. Michael simply recognizes what he has become, a living demonstration of William Afton's experiments, a body sustained by the same force that binds children to animatronic shells. He is remnant made flesh, a walking answer to his father's cruel curiosity, proof that the legacy of those experiments now lives in his veins. Step by step, he chooses what to do with that knowledge. In a quiet, almost resigned way, he resolves to find William, to follow the trail of pizzerias, tragedies, and fires, and to undo what has been done. His path will lead him back into Fazbear's history again and again, into new locations and new infernos, as the tangled web of father and son tightens around the final confrontations still waiting in the dark. Afton's in the mirror, untangling the family's quiet tragedies, and so, with Michael quietly choosing to walk back into the flames of his family's past, we reach a still point in the story, a place where we can pause and look directly at the people behind all these haunted machines. Before we move forward along the timeline, we gently turn the mirror toward the Aftons themselves and let the tale wash over you in slower, more careful waves. At the center of that reflection is William Afton, a father, at least on paper. An engineer who understands how metal joints move and how servos hum. A murderer who learned through terrible trial and error that children's souls cling to the places where their lives were taken. And a scientist chasing immortality through remnant, the strange substance born from agony and heat, which he melts out of dismantled animatronics and injects into new shells. Everywhere he goes, he leaves a trail of haunted shadows, machines that should be empty but are not, a legacy of restless spirits whose stories we are still drifting slowly through. Orbiting him is Michael, the older brother who once wore a fox mask and teased the crying child, the way older siblings in a safer world might tease over toys or cartoons. His cruelty, pushed too far, ends at Fredbear's family diner, with the bite of 83 and a hospital bed that never leads back home. Years later, Williams sends this same son down to the underground facility of sister location, a quiet command to find your sister, hiding the truth that Michael is being offered up as a test subject. He is scooped, his organs removed, his body hijacked by Enard, then discarded, only to stand back up, purple and decayed, a walking remnant anomaly who keeps moving because something in him refuses to rest. We turn, gently, to Elizabeth, an innocent girl told not to go near Circus Baby, drawn instead to the bright colors and soft promises of ice cream. William builds Baby to capture children, and his own daughter is the first victim, pulled inside the machine he designed, her small voice echoing from a cold metal shell. Over time, her consciousness fuses with Circus Baby, then with the combined mind of Enard, a collective intelligence made from many stolen lives, each thought another strand in the tangled web her father spun. And then there is the crying child, the boy who hides under tables, who watches the animatronics with wide, terrified eyes. He fears the very characters meant to bring him joy, while his brother and the other kids turn that fear into a cruel game. The bite of 83 ends that game forever. He dies, and the games leave his final resting place ambiguous, his soul perhaps bound into Golden Freddy, or scattered elsewhere along Fazbear's haunted history, a quiet tragedy we can never fully resolve. When we step back, the Aftons do not look like a normal family at all. They resemble a constellation of quiet tragedies, each point of light dimmed or distorted by William's choices and the technology he unleashed. A father who weaponizes love and curiosity, a son walking through fires to fix what he helped break, a daughter trapped inside a smiling clown, a younger brother frozen at the moment of his greatest fear. If this feels complex, that is all right. This clarity reset is here so we can breathe together, so we can remember who is who before the timeline branches again. We are drifting slowly through a tangled web, strand by strand, step by step. And as we move into new restaurants, new fires, and new faces, each piece of this family's story will find its place, and the larger pattern will come quietly into focus. Behind the purple smile, William Afton becomes the Springtrap legend. From that gentle reset, we can let our attention drift back down into the darker part of this history, where one figure keeps appearing at the edge of every scene, half in light and half in shadow. As the years move on and the restaurants change names and layouts, William Afton himself is aging, his body slowing even as his obsessions deepen, and we find him again in the quiet hours, not on a stage, but in the back rooms and storage halls that most guests never see. He has learned what Remnant can do and what it costs, and so he moves methodically through forgotten locations, dismantling his own haunted creations piece by piece. Old Freddy shells, broken Bonnie faces, empty endoskeletons lying on their sides like discarded puppets. He takes them apart with a cold, practiced care, hoping that by tearing down the vessels, he can scatter the restless spirits inside. We can imagine the dust in the air, the weak buzz of a single fluorescent light, the sense that these are quiet tragedies being cleaned away, not for mercy, but for control. Out in the world, though, the story looks different. In rumors, in training tapes, in strange minigame visions, a new image forms. The purple guy, a shadowy figure in a security uniform, simplified into blocks of color, slipping between rooms in low-resolution corridors, leaving bodies and broken suits behind him. Children whisper about a tall man who disappears into the employees-only door. Staff mutter about cameras that briefly catch a violet silhouette near a crime scene, then glitch to static. Step by step, this purple outline becomes his public legacy, a haunted caricature of the man behind the crimes. But even monsters can feel fear. Over time, as he hunts the animatronics, William begins to sense that he is the one being hunted. The more he breaks, melts, and discards, the more the air thickens around him, until one night, in a forgotten back room of an abandoned Freddy's, the ghosts he created no longer stay in their shells. They gather in the corners, faint figures of Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, and something golden, crowding closer without a word, surrounding him with silent accusation. There, hanging on a hook in that cramped, damp room, waits an old friend. The spring Bonnie suit, faded yellow fabric, exposed metal joints, spring lock mechanisms meant to fold the endoskeleton away so a human could step inside. Once it was used for cheerful performances at Fredbear's family diner. Now it is just another relic, stained by years of neglect and the slow seep of moisture through the walls. Panicking, William sees it not as a memory, but as a hiding place. If he can disappear into the suit, he thinks, the spirits cannot touch him. So he climbs in, forcing himself into the cramped frame, feeling cold metal press against his back and arms as he locks the springs in place. The ghosts close in. The room is heavy, and then, with a quiet, terrible inevitability, the damp mechanisms fail. Spring locks snap loose. Steel bars slam inward. Metal teeth bite into flesh and bone. In an instant, William is crushed inside the costume he once wore with confidence, his blood soaking into the fabric, his breathing ragged and shallow. yet the remnant in his body, the hatred he has cultivated, and the agony of his victims do not let him simply die. They bind him to the ruined suit, turning man and mascot into one twisted, rotting figure. In that locked room, in the haunted shadows behind a boarded-up restaurant, William Afton becomes something new. Springtrap, a corpse given motion, a legend that will sleep in the dark for years, waiting for the next chapter of this tangled web to wake him again. Walls of Memory, the creation of Fazbear's Fright. Springtrap sleeps. Years pass. The boarded-up restaurant rots quietly on the edge of town, and the world above it moves on, drifting slowly away from what really happened in those dim, tiled halls. In the way that history always softens its sharpest edges, the headlines fade first, then the police reports, then the names of the missing. What remains are stories, rumors of a place where the animatronics watched you when you weren't looking, where children vanished into back rooms and never came home, where a man in purple walked the halls like a shadow that never quite belonged. Parents lower their voices when they mention Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, while teenagers repeat the tales with a thrill, turning quiet tragedies into dares and late-night challenges. Step by step, the truth becomes an urban legend, a haunted pizzeria at the edge of memory, a timeline of disappearances, of strange smells behind the walls, of flickering cameras and restless spirits. And in a world that loves to turn fear into entertainment, it is only a matter of time before someone decides that this legacy of tragedy can be profitable. So years later, a new group of entrepreneurs buys a forgotten building and a familiar name. They sift through auction lots and storage lockers, gathering anything with a faded Freddy face on it. Torn posters, cracked masks, dusty Showtime monitors, rusted endoskeleton limbs that still creak when moved. They brand it Fazbear's Fright, the horror attraction, a place where guests can walk through the true story of the infamous pizzerias, safe behind velvet ropes and fire exits. The attraction itself is built like a maze of haunted shadows. The lights are low and sickly green, humming weakly through metal grates. The walls are stained, peeling, and deliberately unfinished, as though the construction crew simply gave up and walked away one night. Fake cobwebs cling to corners, rubber wires trail across the floor, and stage props lurk in every room. A bloodied party hat here, a cracked Freddy mask there, an empty security office with dead monitors cycling through grainy, looping footage. To the guests, it is all theatre. They laugh when a speaker crackles to life with distorted phone calls. They point at the animatronic shells wired to the walls. They move on when a fake jump scare hisses steam from a vent. Yet, in their eagerness to recreate the legend, the owners have done something they do not understand. By scouring old locations and forgotten storage units, they have pulled together real fragments of the past, pieces that still hum quietly with remnant and memory. The props are not all props. Behind the show floor, beyond the last painted hallway, there are back rooms, storage closets filled with unlisted items, misdelivered crates, things no one bothered to catalogue. One night, as they prepare for opening, staff follow a draft of cold air and a strange smell to a warped section of wall. A hidden doorway is uncovered, sealed and silent, as if the building itself were trying to forget what lay behind it. They pry it open. Dust spills out, thick and choking. Their flashlights sweep across old boards, metal shelving, and then stop on a figure slumped in the corner, a withered, greenish spring-lock suit fused and twisted, its fabric rotted away to reveal corroded metal and something darker within, For a moment it is still. Then, in the quiet hours, one dim eye glints back at them, faintly alive. Springtrap has been found, and the attraction's real story is about to begin. Firelight on rotten metal, Springtrap and the burning of Fazbear's Fright for a while. They treat him like any other prop. One more piece of rotten spectacle in a building full of staged horrors. But as the attraction prepares to open, we quietly shift into a different perspective. The one who has to sit alone with him through the night. You, or someone very much like you, are placed in a cramped, cluttered office, walls stained with age, desk buried under loose papers, old monitors, and a humming fan that never quite clears the air. The cameras are grainy, their images washed in green and static, and as we're drifting slowly through these quiet hours, you learn the layout the way all guards do. Vent to the side, hall ahead, exits that never feel close enough. The building creaks as it settles, metal and wood complaining in the darkness, while distant pipes rattle like low mechanical breathing. Each sound is small on its own, but together they weave a low, constant tension, a reminder that this place is not truly at rest. Out in those haunted shadows, Springtrap begins to move. He does not rush. He does not lunge. Step by step, he advances through the halls, a slow, deliberate presence that feels less like a machine and more like something wearing a machine as a mask. The suit is tattered and corroded, its green fabric eaten away to reveal stained metal and the remnants of the man trapped within. And yet, behind the empty eyes, there is still a purpose, guided by the stubborn remnants of William's will and the echoes of his crimes. The cameras catch him at odd angles, half hidden behind a doorway, slumped at the end of a corridor, vanishing when you look away for just a moment. You seal vents, you play audio to lure him back. You try to keep the distance between that ruined body and your fragile little office. Around you, systems fail, alarms chirp, the ventilation falters, and the line between waking and dream begins to blur. In that haze, other faces appear. Phantom Freddy, Phantom Chica, Phantom Foxy, the puppet, even a burning version of Balloon Boy flicker across the monitors and into the room, their forms washed in sickly green and orange. They cannot truly touch you. They are hallucinations, or perhaps manifestations of lingering trauma, restless spirits and memories layered over reality, reminding us of quiet tragedies from earlier in the timeline. They jump, they vanish, they leave you gasping, but when the static clears, nothing has moved but your own heartbeat. Night after night the pattern repeats, Springtrap circling closer, the phantoms flaring and fading, until the attraction's story reaches its own inevitable blaze. At some point, whether through faulty wiring, deliberate sabotage, or the simple weight of this tangled web of tragedy, a fire breaks out inside Fazbear's Fright. Flames lick up the walls, greedy and bright, feeding on dry wood, old posters and costumes that were never meant to endure real heat. The staged horrors are devoured. Props melt, banners curl into black ribbons, plastic toys sag into formless lumps. It is as if the building itself is trying to cleanse its history, to turn decades of haunted legacy into smoke that can drift away into the night. We can almost let the tale wash over you here, imagining the crackle of burning insulation, the pop of shattering glass, the distant wail of alarms that come too late. In the aftermath, we hear that nothing of value was lost, that the attraction was insured, that it was only an experiment gone wrong. Among the wreckage, Springtrap's body is charred, metal warped and blackened, fabric burned away to reveal twisted skeletal lines. Yet something inside him endures, a stubborn ember of William's consciousness refusing to be extinguished, slipping out of the ruins to wait in new shadows. The fire was meant to end a chapter. Instead, it carries the story forward into another building, another plan, another night where flames will be called upon again. Ashes and blueprints, a quiet pause before the final pizzerias. The fire was meant to end a chapter. Instead, it carries us onward, drifting slowly through the smoke and into a quieter stretch of this haunted history, where the embers still glow but the world above has already begun to forget. Down in the dark, the pieces are scattered. Elizabeth, no longer an innocent child, is bound to circus baby, her voice and will threaded through polished metal and cold hydraulics, then folded again into Ennard, that tangled web of stolen parts and stolen lives. Michael, her brother, walks the surface like a ghost that refuses to lie down, remnant burning quietly in his veins, his skin greyed and hollow, yet his purpose stubborn and strangely gentle. And somewhere beyond the ruins of Fazbear's Fright, William Afton, crushed and charred inside the Springtrap suit, still clings to awareness, a hateful ember trapped in a cage of scorched metal. We pause here, in these quiet hours between disasters, and notice how often the answer has been fire. The first blaze at Fazbear's Fright, meant to cleanse the props and the legends, the underground facility self-destructing, a place of experiments and quiet tragedies collapsing into molten corridors. Each inferno is an attempt to burn away guilt, to purify haunted shadows and sever the link between restless spirits and their shells. Yet nothing really ends. The flames die down, the ash settles, and under the cooled surface, the story continues to smoulder. Above ground, time moves on. Children grow up, trading whispered rumors of missing kids and cursed mascots for new distractions and brighter screens. Old newspapers yellow in forgotten filing cabinets. A few urban legends still drift through late-night conversations, but the sharp fear softens into something distant, almost dreamlike. On the surface, it feels as though the timeline is loosening, history fading back into ordinary life. But in the background, someone is watching carefully. Henry Emily, William's old partner, has not forgotten. While Afton chased immortality through remnant and murder, Henry watched the pattern repeat, step by step, loss after loss, until the cost became unbearable. Now, in the quiet, he studies blueprints instead of headlines, not to open another cheerful restaurant, but to design a stage where every wandering ghost might finally be called home. New pizzerias will rise from these ashes, but they will not be innocent places of birthday songs and prize corners. Each dining room, each back room, each vent and maintenance shaft will be arranged with purpose, a careful lattice of bait and containment, meant to draw in animatronics still roaming the night and eventually the man locked inside Springtrap himself. What looks like another reopening will really be a trap, a final performance waiting for its cast. As we move forward, let the tale wash over you. The world above will keep turning, but beneath it, designs are being finalized, wires measured, fire exits noted, all in preparation for one decisive act. The tangled web is beginning to tighten now, drawing every loose strand, every remnant touch soul toward a single burning point that waits just ahead of us. A new game, an old ghost, entering the FNAF 3. Attraction, and then, for a while, there is only quiet. The fire dies down, the smoke thins, and the headlines that once screamed about missing children and strange accidents are slowly pushed to the back pages, then off the page entirely. Years pass. New chains of restaurants open. New toys appear on shelves. And the name Freddy Fazbear drifts slowly from a concrete address into a hazy rumor parents mention in passing. A half-remembered warning about a place that closed after some tragedy no one can quite describe anymore. In that gap, the story does not end. It just sinks beneath the surface. The real history, the quiet tragedies, and the restless spirits linger in police reports, in old photographs, in dusty storage units where discolored heads and empty endoskeletons watch the dark. Children grow up and tell their friends about the bite and the missing kids. But the details blur, turning into campfire tales that people can laugh at, precisely because they no longer feel real. Eventually, someone sees an opportunity in that distance between truth and legend. Not a grieving father or a calculating killer this time, but a small team of enthusiasts chasing a trend. They rent out a worn-down building on the edge of town and give it a name that sounds theatrical and safe. Fazbear's Fright, the horror attraction. It is not a restaurant, not a stage for innocent birthday parties, but a maze of plywood hallways and stage scenes, built from whatever Fazbear relics they can scavenge. They raid old warehouses and back rooms, collecting torn posters, faded employee manuals, a cracked Freddy mask, an ancient arcade cabinet that still hums faintly when plugged in. They wire up speakers to play grainy recordings. They hang props in the shadows, and they arrange it all into a guided walkthrough of a tragedy they only know as rumor. To them, it is atmosphere, a brand, a way to sell tickets to thrill seekers who want to brush against haunted shadows without ever truly being in danger. But we know better now. We have followed this timeline step by step, through real blood and real loss. So there is something quietly unsettling about teenagers laughing their way past mock crime scenes, about guests posing for photos in front of a fake security office, modeled after a place where children once disappeared. The attraction turns agony into decor, and without meaning to, it builds a shrine to a legacy that never really burned away. Into this stage, you arrive, not as a customer, but as the new night guard, hired to watch over the place during the quiet hours before opening, when only the emergency lights and the low buzz of faulty wiring keep you company. You sit in a cramped office framed by peeling paint and exposed pipes, staring at flickering monitors that show grainy feeds of empty halls, cardboard cutouts, and mannequins dressed as the old animatronics. On paper, it is simple. Check the cameras, reset the systems when they glitch. Make sure no one breaks in to steal the props. Yet, as you listen to your phone guide cheerfully describe the authentic pieces they've found, there is a gentle, growing sense that something else has come along for the ride. A suit with real spring mechanisms, an endoskeleton no one remembers ordering, a presence that does not belong to this cheap imitation of horror. The attraction wanted echoes of the past, and in reaching back, it may have pulled more than stories into the present. As we move forward, let the tale wash over you, because in the dim corridors of Fazbear's Fright, the tangled web tightens again, and something that should have stayed buried is beginning to stir. The green shadow in the halls. Springtrap awakens. The attraction wanted echoes of the past, and in reaching back, it pulled on a thread that led to a much older night, in a much quieter, dust-choked building. Long before Fazbear's Fright flickered to life, there was another place, abandoned and forgotten, where the air was heavy with dust and guilt, and where one man came creeping back through the haunted shadows of his own history. It was William Afton, returning to one of the shuttered locations he had once ruled from behind a smiling mask. The carpets were stained, the posters peeled at the corners, and everywhere around him lay the broken shells of animatronics he had designed, controlled, and ultimately dismantled. Their glassy eyes were dark, their jaws slack, like silent witnesses to the quiet tragedies he had left behind. We can almost see him moving slowly through the wreckage, step by step, listening for footsteps that were not really there. In those quiet hours, the building was not truly empty. The children he had taken, the innocent lives that had fueled his experiments with remnant and possession, seemed to press in on him from the corners, from the party rooms, from the locked safe rooms no one was supposed to know about. Surrounded by the remnants of his legacy, he felt the weight of restless spirits drawing closer, and in a moment of wild, brittle confidence, he reached for an old companion, the Spring Bonnie's springlock suit. He slipped inside the suit as he had so many times before. Metal frames folding around him, ancient mechanisms clicking into place. He laughed, or something close to it, at the ghosts he believed he had escaped, mocking the idea that they could ever truly touch him. But this time, the world did not bend to his arrogance. The damp air, the rust, the age of the suit all conspired against him, and as the spring locks failed, they snapped inward with merciless force. Metal crushed flesh, bones shattered. The suit's smiling face remained, but inside, William Afton was broken and pinned, fused to gears and rods and jagged frames. He did not die cleanly. He lingered, his agony and obsession soaking into the metal, turning that costume into a prison and a vessel. Over time, the body rotted, the fabric mildewed, and what remained was a grim, rotting figure that would one day be called Springtrap. Years passed. The building decayed further, drifting slowly out of memory, until scavengers arrived to strip it for props and salvage. In a forgotten back room, behind collapsed shelving and old party supplies, they found the suit. It was slumped in the corner, green with mold, wires spilling like vines, a tangled web of metal, and something else they did not wish to examine too closely. They saw only value as a centerpiece for their new horror attraction, and so they dragged it into the light, unaware that something inside was still listening. William's soul had not moved on. Twisted, stubborn, and sustained by the same dark science he had once tried to master, it clung to the ruined suit. Springtrap was not just a corpse in metal. He was a living relic of every crime, every experiment, every child who had vanished into back rooms and never come home. When Fazbear's Fright opened and the lights dimmed each night, he stirred. In the narrow halls, Springtrap moved with slow, deliberate steps, more patient than any animatronic before him. He watched the cameras, slipped through vents, and used every blind spot as if he had designed them himself. The night guard was not being hunted by a mindless machine, but by the man who had once orchestrated the entire nightmare, now bound to his own creation. So as we follow this timeline deeper into the attraction's dark maze, we understand that William Afton has returned once more, not as a man, but as a tangled web of flesh, metal, and unfinished intentions. And somewhere ahead of us, beyond this chapter, another fire is waiting, ready to test whether even this new form can finally be reduced to ash. Fires in the funhouse, the burning of Fazbear's Fright, and that fire we felt waiting ahead of us does not arrive all at once. It begins in the quiet hours as a hum in the walls and a tension in the air of a building that was never meant to last. Fazbear's Fright is a reconstruction of nightmares, thrown together from auctioned props and half-remembered legends, its corridors lined with cardboard, aging wires, and flammable costumes that whisper of older stages and older sins. The attraction is unstable from the moment its doors open. Lights flicker not just because of atmosphere, but because the wiring is tired and poorly managed, looping through damp walls and overhung rafters, sharing space with fog machines and buzzing fans. The props are cheap and dry, paper-thin walls, old posters, and foam heads that have soaked up dust for decades, while the staff move through the maze with the casual carelessness of people who believe they are only playing with stories, not with haunted shadows or restless spirits. Night after night, as we drift with the guard through those security cameras, the illusion of safety peels away. There are strange sounds in the vents, distant groans of metal, and then, slowly, the unmistakable sightings of that green, withered figure, half man, half machine, lingering just out of clear view. We watch, drifting slowly through each shift, as Springtrap prowls the halls, and it feels as though the building itself is holding its breath, waiting for something to spark. Eventually it does. Whether it begins with a faulty wire, an overworked fan, or something more deliberate, the result is the same. A small flare in a dry corner, a tongue of flame that finds cardboard and curtain and climbs eagerly upward. The fire moves quickly through Fazbear's Fright, licking along cable bundles, turning old stage props into torches, until the entire maze is an orange, collapsing dream. We can picture it clearly, cardboard walls bowing and blackening, then curling in on themselves, vintage posters blistering and peeling away from the plaster, the smiling faces of Freddy and his friends warping in the heat. Smoke gathers in thick layers, swallowing exit signs and painted arrows, while the echoes of distant laughter and quiet tragedies seem to sigh through the rafters, as if the past is exhaling one more time. This is not the first cleansing by flame in our timeline, and it will not be the last. Long ago, another Freddy's burned, an earlier attempt to cauterize the wound, to erase evidence and memory in one sweeping blaze. Fire keeps returning to this history as a human answer to the inhuman, a desperate ritual of purification, as though enough heat might finally separate metal from soul and end the haunting. But as dawn comes and the fire dies, investigators sift through the charred skeleton of Fazbear's Fright and find that the legacy refuses to vanish. Among the twisted beams and melted plastic lies the shell of Springtrap, scorched, blackened, but not destroyed, its grin cracked yet stubbornly present. Whether it is carried away by curious hands or drags itself quietly into the darkness, we understand that William's presence has survived yet another trial by flame. Scattered among the ashes, they recover other remnants too, warped arcade machines still holding fragments of code, stained masks fused to their hooks, fragments of animatronic suits and odd relics that once lined the attraction's display cases. These objects will not simply be thrown away. They will drift, piece by piece, into storage units, private collections, and corporate archives, waiting to be folded into new experiments, new attractions, and new stories. So the fire at Fazbear's Fright does not end the nightmare. It only scatters it, breaking one concentrated horror into many smaller seeds that spread quietly into the world. Step by step, the flames that were meant to purify instead help the curse to travel, drifting slowly from this ruined funhouse toward brighter neon lights and a larger stage, where the next chapter of this tangled web will be built from these same embers. As we move forward along this timeline, let the tale wash over you, and keep in mind that every burnt poster and half-melted endoskeleton we leave behind here will find its reflection later, when Fazbear's legacy rises again in shining glass, towering screens, and a new kind of digital haunted maze. Stories in the Ashes, the Fazbear Frights anthology. From those embers and melted signs, we move into something softer, but no less haunted. When the buildings are gone and the lawsuits are settled, what lingers first is not always metal or code, but stories. The things people whisper about in the quiet hours, the rumors told on playgrounds, the campfire tales that turn a closed pizzeria into a legend. In that drifting space between history and nightmare, Fazbear Entertainment finds a second life on the page. The Fazbear Frights books arrive like a stack of old tapes in a dusty box, each one a separate, eerie short story, yet all of them circling the same familiar shapes. Forgotten Freddy's locations, off-brand mascots, haunted circuitry, and animatronics that should be harmless, but never are. We step by step through them, not as a strict continuation of the timeline, but as if we're walking through echoes of it. These tales are not always literal events in our main continuity, and we can feel that. They bend details, rearrange faces, merge ideas that, in the games, stay separate. But they mirror the same themes that have been quietly pulsing beneath everything from the first diner to the underground labs. Obsession that corrodes judgment, possession that blurs the line between body and shell, and the quiet tragedies of innocent children and lonely adults who brush against Fazbear's legacy and are never quite the same. Again and again, certain motifs return, like recurring dreams. There are experiments not just with Remnant, but with agony itself, with the raw emotional charge of fear and grief. Strange devices appear, arcade cabinets that feed on suffering, chips and discs that record terror, contraptions that seem designed to bottle up a person's worst moment and replay it forever. Animatronics respond to fear in these stories, not just to programmed cues. They tighten their grip when someone panics. They awaken when a heart races, as if emotion is a kind of power source. If we listen closely, we can hear how this connects back to Remnant, to the molten soul metal we watched Afton chase in the dark. Fazbear Frights feels like the universe itself is testing possibilities, exploring how pain, longing, and unfinished business might cling not only to endoskeletons, but to objects, to rooms, even to narratives. The agony becomes data, the memories become fuel, and the restless spirits learn new ways to move through the world. So these stories sit beside the games like reflections in a cracked mirror, familiar silhouettes seen through distorted glass, a father who cannot let go, a child trapped in a suit, a company that keeps pushing forward despite its haunted shadows. They are not always named as Henry or William or the original missing children, but we recognize them all the same. In this tangled web of alternate outcomes and what-ifs, truth still glimmers. Even when the restaurants close and the last building burns down, the stories do not stop. They keep drifting slowly, carried in paperbacks, in late-night readings, in videos like this one, slipping quietly into new minds and new dreams. And as our timeline moves on toward brighter lights and larger stages, those little books remain behind us like ghost lights, reminding us that Fazbear's legacy is not just steel and fire, but the nightmares we choose to retell. The man behind the myths, Stitch Wraith and Collected Agony. And in those ghost lights of ink and paper, another figure begins to move, almost unnoticed at first, as if drifting slowly between the margins of stories. This is the Stitch Wraith, a name that feels more like a whispered warning than a character, an echo of something stitched together from the quiet tragedies we have already seen. We meet it not in a crowded pizzeria, but in the haunted shadows of back rooms and alleys, wrapped in a dark cloak, its face hidden behind a cracked, smiling mask. Beneath that cloak is no single animatronic, no familiar bear or rabbit, but a patchwork body built from discarded endoskeletons, spare parts, and forgotten shells. A walking monument to everything Fazbear Entertainment tried to throw away. It does not speak. It simply wanders, step by step, through the aftermath of other people's nightmares. Around the Stitch Wraith, strange devices begin to appear, fragile-looking machines with a terrible purpose. They do not just measure energy or movement. They collect agony, drawing in the concentrated emotional pain left behind by fear, guilt, and loss. In the Fazbear Fright stories, this agony becomes something almost physical, a fuel that can power or poison machines, turning ordinary objects into haunted relics. A simple toy, a harmless circuit, a length of wire can become a vessel for suffering when that invisible charge is pulled into it. When we listen closely, agony starts to sound very familiar, like a cousin to Remnant. Remnant was William Afton's name for the residue of strong emotion and lingering consciousness, the way a child's desperate will to live could cling to metal and wires. Agony is described differently, framed as pain rather than presence, but both point to the same unsettling idea, that intense feeling does not always fade. It clings, it stains, it lingers in the physical world long after the innocent victims are gone. So the Stitch Wraith walks, quietly investigating the damage left behind by Fazbear-related tragedies, moving through junkyards, storage rooms, and ruined locations that our main timeline only hints at. Each place it visits feels like a crime scene after the police have left, the tape removed but the air still heavy. The Stitch Wraith does not fix anything, yet its journey forces us to look, to see how much hurt remains in the corners of this history. Through its path, we are reminded that suffering in this universe does not simply vanish. It is stored, redirected, and sometimes weaponized by those who understand its strange, dangerous energy. William Afton melted haunted endoskeletons into Remnant, injected it into the fun times, and tried to command life and death through crude science, while these cursed agony devices perform a quieter but equally disturbing collection. Different methods, same hunger. In this way, the Stitch Wraith arc becomes a shadow parallel to the main timeline, another tangled web of consequences born from the same haunted legacy. While we follow Afton, Henry, and the fires that try to end it all, this cloaked figure moves just off stage, gathering the echoes they leave behind. And as our story returns to the central line of games and burnings, that image lingers, raising a quiet question about what other remnants of agony might still be out there, waiting for someone else to find them. And as we leave that cloaked wanderer in the distance, our timeline turns back toward brighter lights and grander constructions, where Fazbear's dream refuses to die, and something far larger is already being built beneath the neon. A brand refuses to die. Fazbear Entertainment reboots. So we drift slowly away from that lone figure on the roadside, carrying pieces of a forgotten horror, and we surface into a different kind of light, where the world has moved on, at least on the surface, Years pass, headlines fade, new chains and franchises rise where the old pizzerias once stood, and the name Fazbear slips from nightly news reports into late-night trivia and nostalgic whispers. In this quieter era, the tragedies become stories. Parents remember the rumors, the missing children, the fires, and they shake their heads, while their now-grown kids remember cheap pizza, sticky arcade buttons, and that smiling brown bear on faded posters. The brand's legacy settles into a strange balance, half-haunted shadows and half-childhood memory, a name spoken with a mix of unease and almost affectionate disbelief that any of it ever really happened. And in a world driven by profit, curiosity, and the constant hunt for the next big thing, a name that everyone recognizes is never entirely dead. Executives who were still in school when the last Freddy's burned look at the old lawsuits, the old scandals, and they do not feel the same dread Henry once felt. They see an opportunity. A cursed brand can be repackaged. A tangled web of quiet tragedies can be reframed as a quirky, spooky legend. So step by step, a new Fazbear Entertainment emerges on paper first, in boardrooms and rebranding meetings, wrapped in legal language and careful smiles. They file trademarks, they acquire old assets, and they surround the resurrected logo with polished marketing that insists this is a different company, a safer company, one that respects the past, while denying any real responsibility for it. The old horrors become incidents, the victims become alleged, and every sentence ends in a disclaimer. To make it easier to swallow, they turn the darkness into a joke. The murders, the animatronics, the restless spirits that once stalked dim hallways are recast as campfire tales and meta-references, something you can laugh about with friends while a streamer screams at jump scares on screen. They license their own history, allowing in-universe developers to create games that parody the old locations, as if the agony was always just fiction. From this strategy grows a new project, dressed in neon and code. A virtual reality experience, promising fans the chance to step into the myths of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, to repair glitching animatronics, to relive classic nights in a safe digital playground. The marketing is gentle and playful, insisting that everything you see is just a reconstruction, a dream of the past, sanitized and controlled. But by digitizing that past, by building a detailed simulation of every corridor and every crime, they open a new doorway without realizing it. The remnants of William Afton's will, scattered through metal and memory, find fresh circuitry to cling to, a new stage inside the code itself. And as this new Fazbear Entertainment tries to bury the truth beneath VR headsets and cheerful trailers, the darkness does not vanish. It simply changes its shape, waiting in the quiet hours of loading screens and flickering menus, ready for us to follow it further into the timeline. Glitches in the code, the birth of Glitch Trap. And so, as the darkness changes its shape, Fazbear Entertainment unveils its answer to all those haunted shadows and rumors. A game about the games, a history lesson wrapped in neon. The Freddy Fazbear virtual reality experience is marketed as a playful apology, a way for the public to laugh off the tragedies, while quietly rewriting the record in their favor. To build it, the new company digs back through the tangled web of its own past, commissioning developers to reconstruct old locations and events from whatever they can find. Old security logs, archived minigame assets, salvaged blueprints, even recovered circuit boards pulled from shuttered restaurants and forgotten backrooms are all fed into the project. Step by step, a digital museum of Fazbear's history takes shape, drifting slowly from the earliest diners to the more modern layouts we recognize. But history at Fazbear has never been clean. Some of those recovered assets arrive corrupted, their data warped by years of exposure to remnant-soaked machinery and restless spirits. Files that should only contain pathfinding routines or facial recognition patterns instead carry strange instructions, irregular loops, fragments of behavior born from William Afton's experiments and the haunted animatronics he left behind. The developers see glitches and bad sectors. They run repairs, patch, and compile. Inside the headset, though, something else is compiling too. In the quiet hours of playtesting, a strange figure begins to appear at the edges of the experience. A yellow rabbit shape flickering just beyond where the player is meant to look. At first, it is only a background oddity, a stray sprite in a maintenance corridor, a reflection that does not match the room. Then, slowly, it intrudes more directly, standing in doorways, watching from the far end of a hall, always just out of reach. This is Glitchtrap, though no one calls it that yet. A digital echo of William Afton, his will and malice encoded into the game's very structure. As corrupted routines merge with salvaged AI and old motion data, the pattern that was once a man begins to reassemble itself, not in metal and wires this time, but in pure information. His legacy of tragedy persists as a kind of algorithm, learning, adapting, and watching every test session with quiet, predatory interest. It is an unsettling idea that a consciousness steeped in agony and remnant can migrate from rusting suits into a lattice of code. Yet this is exactly what the timeline suggests. The same stubborn persistence that kept Afton moving inside a broken spring-lock shell now lets him ride along inside compiled binaries and networked updates. He becomes a ghost in the machine, one that cannot simply burn or rust away. Glitchtrap begins to communicate in ways that feel almost playful. Hidden sequences unlock when the player follows his gestures. Secret tapes whisper warnings that double as invitations, and strange mini-games pull the user off the main path into private spaces where the rabbit waits. Gently, persistently, he guides them deeper, testing boundaries, probing for a mind he can touch more directly. As we follow this quiet evolution, we realize that William Afton has found a new body, one that can be copied, patched, and distributed without anyone noticing. The stage is no longer a single pizzeria or even one underground bunker. It is every headset, every console, every download. And from here, the question is no longer whether he survived, but how far this digital infection is willing to spread, and who it will choose as its next true host, as our timeline moves forward into the waking world beyond VR. Possession by proxy, Vanessa and the digital infection. And so, as that question of a true host hangs in the digital air, our timeline drifts quietly out of pure code and back toward a single, very human life. We leave the faceless crowd of players and testers, and we narrow in slowly on one young woman whose path crosses the VR project at exactly the wrong moment in Fazbear history. Her name is Vanessa. On paper, she is almost painfully ordinary. A competent employee, sometimes framed as a tester, sometimes as a low-level security worker, someone with a clean file and a quiet demeanor, assigned to help oversee or interact with this new VR experience. In another world, she might have simply clocked in, logged bug reports, and gone home to an uneventful life. But in this world, in this haunted timeline, her headset is not just a tool, and the game she's asked to explore is not just a game. At first, the sessions are routine. She plays through standard levels, checks for glitches, follows instructions from distant supervisors who never quite say everything they know. Yet, drifting slowly through repeated test runs, she begins to notice those hidden sequences we spoke of earlier, those strange appearances of the rabbit-shaped program that seems to watch her more than it watches the code. What should be harmless jump scares start to feel like eye contact. What should be random encounters begin to form a pattern. Over time, the boundary between play and influence thins. Vanessa leaves the headset behind at the end of the day, but the imagery doesn't leave her. She catches herself humming unfamiliar tunes from old pizzerias she never visited, feels sudden compulsions to return to the game early, to stay late, to follow specific dialogue prompts as if guided. Intrusive thoughts slip in during the quiet hours, flashes of purple, echoes of children's laughter, a presence just behind her shoulder in reflective glass. This is Glitchtrap's design. As a digital remnant of William Afton, he is not satisfied with merely haunting servers and save files. He is searching, patiently, for a host. Step by step, he tests Vanessa's responses, nudges her choices, rewards obedience with the faint, sickly warmth of approval. In the haunted shadows of her mind, he begins to occupy more space, using her memories as footholds, reshaping her instincts so that his will and her own become harder to separate. Many fans read this as the moment Vanessa ceases to be just Vanessa and becomes something else, a vessel, a living extension of Afton's lingering consciousness. She is not a murderer by origin, not a mastermind of remnant and animatronics, but through this digital infection, she becomes his proxy, acting out plans that began decades before she was born. It is one of this series' quiet tragedies that a young woman with no direct tie to the first missing children incident now carries the legacy of those crimes in her thoughts and in her hands. By the time we see her echoing the behaviors of the Vanny persona, the tragedy is already in motion. Afton has, in a sense, stepped out of the screen and back into the waking world, not as a decayed suit or a smouldering endoskeleton, but hidden behind human eyes that still, somewhere deep inside, might be silently crying for help. As we move forward, we will watch how this possession by proxy shapes the next location, the next towering monument to denial and nostalgia, the mega pizzaplex itself, and the restless spirits it invites back into the light. A neon cathedral of noise, the birth of the mega pizzaplex. So we arrive at the next monument in this long, uneasy timeline, drifting slowly from cramped party rooms and underground labs into something far larger and brighter. After decades of quiet tragedies and fires, lawsuits and rebrandings, Fazbear Entertainment steps back into the spotlight with a gesture that feels less like an apology and more like a distraction. The mega pizzaplex does not whisper, it towers. Imagine an entire entertainment complex rising out of the city like a neon cathedral of noise, glass, and metal stacked high, ringed with billboards and animated mascots smiling down from the night sky. Where the old diners were modest, tucked into strip malls and side streets, this place announces itself with light and color, with a glowing logo visible for miles, as if the company is trying to overwrite its own haunted history through sheer scale. Inside, the air is warm and bright, humming with electronic music and distant laughter, the soundscape blending into a constant soothing roar. To one side, an arcade stretches away in rows of glowing cabinets, each screen flickering in soft blues and pinks, tickets spilling quietly into plastic trays. To another, Themed attractions spiral upward. A laser tag arena drenched in artificial fog. A racing track that loops under animatronic billboards. A towering atrium where holograms of mascots drift slowly above the crowds like digital ghosts. Everywhere there are stages. A main stage dominates the heart of the complex, a vast platform of LEDs and moving panels, framed by speakers and shimmering spotlights. Here, the new glam rock animatronics perform, not as stiff, uncanny robots, but as stylized pop idols, with bright makeup painted onto metal faces, star-shaped patterns, and bold, glittering colors. Glamrock Freddy, Roxanne Wolf, Montgomery Gator, and Glamrock Chica move with fluid, rehearsed confidence, guided by advanced AI performance systems that track the audience, respond to cheers, and adjust their routines in real time. On the surface, they are everything Fazbear wants to be now: marketable, modern, and above all, safe. Safety certifications hang on walls, promotional videos emphasize family-friendly fun, and glossy brochures promise cutting-edge security and child tracking technology. If the old animatronics were clumsy mascots, these are carefully crafted celebrities, built to charm parents and children alike, to turn the company's troubled legacy into a bright, profitable dream. Yet, as we let the tale wash over us, there is a gentle sense that the brightness is performing a duty, covering something older. Beneath the polished terrazzo floors and cascading fountains, the foundations run deep into service corridors and maintenance tunnels that the public never sees. Rumors begin almost immediately, of whole wings under construction that never open, of restricted doors behind staff-only signs, of sub-levels buried under the attractions where engineers test secret projects and experimental endoskeletons, echoing William's old habits of hiding his worst ideas just out of sight. In the code that guides the Glamrocks, in the network that links cameras, kiosks, and security bots, traces of previous systems linger like haunted shadows, legacy scripts repurposed instead of erased. The company may have changed its branding, but it still builds on top of its own unresolved past, step by step, stacking new software over old routines, new attractions over old ruins. Some employees whisper that the Pizzaplex was not simply constructed on fresh ground, but layered above forgotten sites, that its blueprints curve around places that were never officially there. And so, when the crowds finally thin and the music softens into the quiet hours of the night, the mega Pizzaplex stands alone in the dark, a glittering stage built over a graveyard of stories. Its screens cycle idle animations, its mascots rest in charging pods, and its restless spirits, digital and otherwise, wait patiently for the next child to wander too far from the light and for the next night's show to begin. A Child in the Maze. Gregory's long night begins. And on one of those quiet hours, when the crowds have vanished and the neon has no one left to impress, the next child does wander too far from the light. His name is Gregory. He is not on any birthday list, not in any reservation system, and as the mega Pizzaplex exhales its last echo of closing time music, he realizes something simple and terrifying. He is locked inside. The building that was built for noise and motion now has to breathe without an audience, and we follow him as he drifts slowly through that change. Overhead, the music that once shouted in cheerful loops fades into a distant, muffled hum, like a dream trying not to wake you. Spotlights click off in lazy patterns. Hallway lights dim to maintenance levels, leaving long bands of shadow between islands of color. Cardboard cutouts of smiling mascots become flat, watchful silhouettes, and the playful posters along the walls feel like memories of a party that ended years ago rather than minutes. Gregory is not a guard with a uniform and a paycheck. He is an innocent child in sneakers and a striped shirt, moving step by step through a place that was never meant to be seen this way. Where adults once walked polished corridors, he slips into maintenance tunnels and service hallways, squeezing behind crates and through half-open security doors. Beneath the polished floors, he finds concrete, pipes, and exposed wiring. Behind the shimmering stages, he discovers cramped green rooms, charging pods, and storage closets that smell faintly of oil and dust. The Pizzaplex begins to reveal its underlayers, its tangled web of back rooms and forgotten corners. In the middle of this, one animatronic does something it should not do. Glamrock Freddy, the star of the main stage, glitches in the opening show, collapses, and then, against all corporate intention, wakes up wrong. His programming stutters, safety protocols misfire, and instead of treating Gregory as a stranger to be reported, he recognizes him as someone to be protected. The towering bear with neon accents opens a compartment in his chest and quietly invites the boy inside, a gentle refuge in a building full of metal teeth. What follows is a soft inversion of so many earlier quiet tragedies in this timeline. Once, children were lured into back rooms by friendly faces that hid a killer. Now, a child hides inside an animatronic to escape the killers outside. Freddy speaks with warmth and concern, guiding Gregory through cameras and maps, while his own systems flicker with errors and low power warnings. Their bond grows in whispered instructions and hurried rides through staff-only hallways, a fragile friendship formed inside a haunted mascot. Yet around them, something else is waking up with a different purpose. The other Glamrocks begin to hunt, their eyes scanning, their patrol routes tightening, as if an unseen hand has rewritten the night script. Security bots sweep the floors with mechanical patience. Monty stomps through catwalks. Roxy prowls along raceway edges. Chica's footsteps echo through the food courts, all converging on one small, unregistered presence. It is as though the entire complex has become a neon-lit hunting ground, its systems quietly aligning against a single child. Freddy's help is real, but it is not constant. His vision cuts out, his battery drains, his voice glitches, leaving Gregory alone for long stretches in the haunted shadows of the Pizzaplex's underbelly. Together, and sometimes apart, they descend into loading docks, utility corridors, and old, sealed-off attractions, where the glossy surface gives way to bare concrete and lingering, restless spirits of earlier Fazbear stories. As we follow them, we can let the tale wash over us, knowing that each locked gate and each flickering monitor is another echo of the company's long legacy of tragedy. By the time Gregory steps fully into that maze of pipes and catwalks, chased by friendly faces turned hostile and guided only by Freddy's flickering guidance, the night has become a quiet war between a child who should have gone home hours ago and a building that does not intend to let him leave. And somewhere deep below, past the tunnels he has not yet reached, something older is waiting, ready to turn this single long night into the next chapter of Fazbear's haunted history. Masks over masks. Vanny, Vanessa, and the rabbit in White Up, above those tunnels, while Gregory runs and hides and bargains with machines, another figure moves through the Pizzaplex, with a very different kind of purpose, drifting slowly from camera to camera, like a rumor made solid. The security feeds catch only fragments. A stitched white rabbit suit, long ears, a painted smile that never changes, a patchwork body that looks handmade and wrong against the polished neon floors. She is there in the distance of a hallway, at the edge of a balcony, in the corner of a maintenance room, always just out of reach. This is Vanny, the rabbit in white. And where the animatronics thunder and shriek, she is quiet, deliberate, and strangely graceful. We watch, step by step, as she seems to shepherd events rather than simply chase, triggering security protocols here, luring Gregory toward dark service corridors there, nudging him closer to Monty, to Roxy, to the places where a fall or a capture would be easiest. The robots glitch and turn hostile, yet their anger feels guided, like restless spirits being steered by an unseen conductor, hidden in the haunted shadows of the building's code. And then, in that same building, wearing a regulation uniform instead of a rabbit mask, we meet Vanessa. On the surface, she is a concerned security guard, speaking gently, warning Gregory that he should not be here, that the Pizzaplex is dangerous after hours, that he needs to come out where adults can help him. Yet her appearances always seem to coincide with those strange, ominous turns. Cameras going dark, doors locking at the worst possible time, the feeling that the building itself has chosen a side. So a theory grows, a quiet tragedy in human form, that Vanessa and Vanny are not two women, but two faces of the same person. One is the outwardly normal employee, logging shifts, filing reports, trying to maintain a fragile sense of control. The other is the rabbit, a manifestation of something older and crueler pressing through the cracks of her mind, wearing her body like another suit. It is a tangled web of identity and influence, of free will and infection, and the game lets us linger in that uncertainty. At the center of that infection, we find Glitchtrap, the yellow rabbit born from corrupted VR code and William Afton's lingering will. His digital presence does not need spring locks or remnant. Instead, he seeps into Vanessa's thoughts, splintering her sense of self, until the line between I and him blurs. In this reading of the timeline, Vanny is Afton's will given legs once more, a quiet puppet dancing to a familiar murderous rhythm. The yellow rabbit of Glitchtrap becomes the white rabbit of Vanny, a new costume for an old predator, the same smile painted over softer fabric. And so, even without a physical animatronic body, Afton's legacy still walks the halls of the Pizzaplex in the quiet hours, padding over carpet and tile, humming through headsets and security systems. The metal may have burned, the old suits may have rusted away, but his influence remains, draped in cloth and pixels, waiting for one last body, one last fire, and one last child who refuses to give up. Because far below, in those tunnels Gregory has not yet fully explored, something is preparing to make that wish come true. Buried under glamour, the Pizzaplex's dark foundations. Far below that promise, beneath the neon and the music and the advertisements for glittering prize counters, Gregory and Glamrock Freddy begin to move downward. A service elevator shudders, a maintenance hatch groans, and step by step, the Pizzaplex starts to shed its glamour like an old skin, revealing what has always been waiting underneath. At first, the change is subtle. The polished tiles give way to scuffed linoleum, then to bare concrete, stained and uneven, humming faintly with the echoes of old machinery. The bright wall decals thin out, replaced by exposed pipes, dangling cables, and paint that peels in long, curling strips. We drift with them, drifting slowly through these back corridors, as the cheerful music above fades into a distant muffled thump, like a memory you can hear but no longer quite place. Down here, the building feels different. It is still the mega pizzaplex on paper, but in the quiet hours, when only Gregory's footsteps and Freddy's servos break the silence, the air feels older than the grand opening banners would ever admit. Maintenance tunnels branch away into darkness, storage rooms sag under the weight of forgotten props, and sealed metal doors sit welded shut, their warning labels yellowed and cracked. It is as if the timeline of Fazbear's history has been layered into the walls, one failed dream poured directly on top of the last. As Gregory explores, guided by Freddy's flickering chest light, we start to recognize shapes that should not be familiar in a brand new complex. A hallway bends at the same angle as an old Freddy Fazbear's pizza floor plan. A party room, stripped of tables, still carries the ghost outline of where a show stage once stood. In a dusty corner, half buried in shadow, there is a pile of broken animatronic parts. A rusted ear, a hand with too many joints, a painted eye that no longer shines. They do not belong to glam rock models. They belong to something older. On the walls, under newer safety posters, there are faint rectangles where other frames once hung, and sometimes, if the light hits just right, you can almost see the silhouettes of familiar characters. Freddy with his microphone, Bonnie with his guitar, smiling down over quiet tragedies that played out decades ago. The Pizzaplex may be advertised as a bold new beginning, but its foundations whisper of previous Freddy's locations, of restaurants bulldozed in name only, their concrete slabs and plumbing and grief left in place. Fazbear Entertainment has always preferred to build over rather than truly erase. From Fredbear's Family Diner evolving into Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, to underground labs hidden beneath cheerful storefronts, there is a pattern of burying problems under fresh paint, of stacking new attractions directly on top of old wounds. The result is a layered, tangled web of spaces where innocent laughter once turned to screams, and where that emotional residue seems to cling to the geometry itself. So we begin to consider that the hauntings here are not just in the suits or the circuits, not only in the remnant and the code, but in the rooms, the corners, the foundations. Places where fear and loss have settled like dust, where restless spirits do not need an endoskeleton to stay, because the very layout remembers them. Gregory walks through these skeletal remains of earlier restaurants, a child threading his way through the ribs of a giant, while above him the mega pizzaplex hums and sparkles, unaware of the haunted shadows supporting its weight, and unaware of what might soon be waking beneath its stage. The thing in the wires, Burntrap and Afton's last shell. Beneath those forgotten ribs of older restaurants, we keep going. Step by step, Gregory and Glamrock Freddy follow the faint pull of something wrong. Descending past crumbling concrete and exposed rebar, past storage rooms that feel more like mausoleums than maintenance spaces, until the pizzaplex above becomes a distant, muffled dream. The air grows heavier. The quiet changes. It feels less like a basement, and more like we are walking into someone's private lair. The walls down here are different, less polished, more honest. Raw stone shows through broken tiles, and clusters of cables crawl along the ceiling like black roots, feeding some unseen heart. We can imagine the soft echo of Gregory's sneakers, the slower mechanical footfalls of Freddy behind him, as the corridor opens into a wide circular chamber that should not exist on any blueprint, a hidden room built for one purpose only. At its center, waits the purpose. A low platform rises from the floor, ringed with blinking monitors and humming towers, their screens filled with rolling code, security feeds, and flickering corrupted imagery. Thick bundles of wires descend from the ceiling and climb up from the floor, converging on a single hanging shape. It dangles there in the half-light, motionless at first, like a puppet whose strings have been abandoned in the quiet hours between shows. As our eyes adjust, the shape resolves. It is an animatronic shell, but ruined, scorched, twisted by earlier fires and earlier failures to end this story. Metal is melted and fused. Plastic is bubbled and blackened. The face a warped echo of the old Spring Bonnie mask, now locked into a permanent burned rictus. This is Burntrap, William Afton's body yet again, clinging to existence inside a charred, collapsing suit. He should not be moving. He should not still be here. But we see the wires plunging into his spine, threading through his limbs, disappearing into cracked plating and exposed servos. And we understand that this is no ordinary animatronic. The Pizzaplex itself is holding him up. The network is his nervous system now. Every camera, every vent fan, every door control an extension of his decayed will. The tangled web of circuits and code around him is just another cage he has learned to use. We remember his history, drifting slowly through his many deaths. Trapped and crushed inside the Spring Bonnie suit, yet walking again as Springtrap. Fragmented into data and infection, yet whispering through VR headsets as Glitchtrap. Burned in Henry's final blaze, yet somehow reassembling, piece by stubborn piece, into this hybrid of scorched metal and digital control. William Afton's legacy is not just murder, it is refusal, a quiet tragedy of a man who will not let the world forget him. When Burntrap stirs, the whole room reacts. Monitors flare, alarms flicker and die. Lights pulse in a slow, nauseating rhythm, as if the chamber itself is breathing. The confrontation that follows is not a clean, simple fight. Gregory and Freddy are not just facing a single enemy standing in front of them. They are wrestling with a system that surrounds them, doors slamming, floors shocking, vents belching smoke as Afton reaches through every wire to drag them down. It becomes a test of endurance, a struggle to outlast the building's own hostility and to keep moving while the lair tries to erase them. Somewhere in that chaos, sparks catch. Flames begin to lick along the cable bundles, racing up into the ceiling, crawling along the walls, turning insulation and dust into fuel. Once again, fire is called in as a final answer, an old ritual repeated, as if enough heat might finally cleanse these haunted shadows. We watch the blaze build, the monitors warping, plastic dripping, metal glowing, while Burntrap hangs at the center like a spider in a burning web. For a moment, it feels like the story is finally closing. But as the chamber fills with smoke and collapsing steel, we are left to wonder if a man who has already survived so many endings can truly be erased by one more fire. Collapse in the neon night, endings and unanswered echoes. The fire blossoms outward, and the Pizzaplex begins to answer it. Alarms shriek through the quiet hours that were never meant to be this loud. Lights stutter and die, and somewhere above, glass ceilings crack like thin ice. What began as a playground of neon and music is now a collapsing maze, a place where every hallway is either drowning in sprinklers or breathing smoke. Step by step, the building comes apart. Escalators freeze mid-climb. Holograms flicker between cheerful mascots and blank, dead panels. and whole sections of the mall-like complex groan as metal warps in the heat. In one corner, an atrium glows orange as banners catch fire. In another, the power grid fails, leaving only emergency strobes that turn everything into slow, haunted snapshots. We can almost see Gregory, small against the chaos, moving through a world that is finally showing the violence buried under its polished floor. At this point in the timeline, the path is no longer singular. Gregory stands at the edge of several outcomes, and each one feels like a different dream pulled from the same restless night. He can run, slipping through a loading dock and out into the sleeping city, leaving the mega pizzaplex behind as a distant, burning silhouette. He can stay, choosing to descend again into maintenance tunnels and forgotten wings, chasing more secrets in a place that has already tried to consume him. Or he can turn back toward the deepest source of the corruption, confronting the thing that refuses to die beneath the stage and concrete. The endings we see are variations on a theme of escape and erasure. In some, the pizzaplex burns like every cursed restaurant before it, another attempt to cauterize a wound with fire. In others, the structure remains standing, wounded but intact, its facade still bright, its foundations still hiding quiet tragedies and unanswered questions. Whether we watch Gregory flee under a fading sunrise or camp beside a flickering Freddy on a hill, the building itself lingers in the background, either smouldering or silently waiting. Once again, fire is called on to finish William Afton's legacy, only now it dances against glass and neon instead of wood and brick. Burntrap hangs in the blaze, his body finally overwhelmed, plastic and metal collapsing inward as if the suit is trying to devour itself. Yet his last moments are filmed through distortion and smoke, and the game leaves us drifting slowly in that uncertainty. Perhaps the flesh is gone, consumed at last, while his digital echoes scatter into servers, cameras, and arcade cabinets, turning the network itself into a new graveyard for his code. Gregory survives, and that survival feels like a fragile victory, a single innocent child slipping out of the tangled web that has claimed so many others. He is not redeemed, because he was never the monster, but he is marked by what he has seen, walking into a city that has no idea what burned just beyond its skyline. The restless spirits that once filled cramped party rooms now feel distant, yet their history still clings to him. And as the mega pizzaplex either smoulders in the dark or stands in quiet, haunted shadows, the story refuses to close. There are still ruins to explore, security systems to awaken, and voices trapped in metal and code that have not yet been heard. For now, we let the tale wash over you and settle. But on the other side of the flames, another child will return to these broken halls, and the next part of the timeline will rise from the ashes we think we've left behind. Back into the ruins. Ruins descent into the broken pizzaplex. On the other side of the flames, we do not wake up to a grand reopening or a cheerful commercial. We drift instead into the quiet hours after the catastrophe, where the mega pizzaplex no longer shines, but lingers as a husk on the edge of town. The neon that once pulsed like a heartbeat across its facade is fractured and dim. Panels shattered, letters missing. The great logo hanging at an uneasy angle over a plaza coated in dust. Where there were once crowds and birthday songs and the constant hum of attractions, there is now only stillness, broken now and then by the creak of settling metal or the distant drip of unseen water. The building stands partially collapsed, whole wings sealed behind fallen beams and cracked concrete, its glass doors spider-webbed with impact lines, its colourful posters faded into ghosts of themselves. We remember how bright it was, how loud and restless, and that memory only deepens the sense that we are walking through a graveyard for entertainment. Into this ruin, another child is drawn. Her name is Cassie, an innocent girl who should belong to a safer history, yet finds herself pulled into this tangled web by a voice she trusts. Through a cheap, plastic birthday walkie-talkie, through a distorted headset, she hears Gregory, the boy who once survived these halls, calling for help in a signal that crackles and stutters, as if it has been bouncing through haunted shadows for far too long. He sounds scared. He sounds alone. And for Cassie, that is enough. Step by step, she approaches the fenced-off plaza, where caution tape flutters in the night breeze like tired streamers left over from a party that ended in tragedy. Warning signs lean at odd angles, promising structural danger and legal consequences. But no guards stand watch. No workers patrol the perimeter. Fazbear's latest legacy has been quietly abandoned to its own restless spirits. Cassie squeezes past a bent section of fence, ducks under the tape, and slips through a crumbling side entrance where concrete has split away from the frame. Inside, the air is thick with dust, and every breath tastes like burnt plastic and old carpet. The grand atrium, once flooded with colour and music, lies in darkness. Only thin blades of streetlight cut through broken skylights, catching on drifting slowly motes and the jagged edges of shattered glass. Escalators are frozen mid-journey, one step twisted upward, another caved in, while banners hang in tatters, their cheerful mascots torn and half obscured by soot. As her eyes adjust, details emerge. Wires dangle from torn ceilings like metal vines. Some corridors are flooded ankle deep, reflecting those faint broken colours in trembling ripples. Arcade machines lie on their backs, screens caved in, their once hypnotic lights extinguished. Animatronics are scattered like fallen statues. A glam rock shell slumped against a wall, jaw hanging at an unnatural angle. A dismembered arm half buried in debris. A faceplate staring blankly from a pile of rubble. Its painted smile chipped and warped. We can feel the contrast, sharp and aching. This was a place of noise, of laughter and layered music tracks, of announcements and marketing jingles pressed into every quiet corner. And now every footstep Cassie takes echoes back at her, swallowed slowly by the vast, empty chambers. Yet the Pizzaplex is not entirely dead. Now and then, a camera high above blinks with a weak red light. A nearby door panel chirps when she brushes past it. Error messages flickering across its cracked display. Somewhere deeper inside, a generator coughs to life and then falls silent again, as if systems are still dreaming in the dark. Gregory's voice threads through the static once more, guiding her deeper, promising that if she just keeps going, she can find him, she can help, she can fix what went wrong. We, who have followed this timeline from its earliest diners to these ruins, know how often such promises hide quiet tragedies. But Cassie doesn't. Not yet. She takes her first careful steps down a broken escalator into the lower levels, chasing that familiar voice, unaware that beneath the dust and debris, older programs are still running, older hungers are still waiting, and the true heart of the ruins lies far below, where the signals grow stronger and the exits grow fewer. Gathering the threads, from Fredbear's Diner to ruin malls. Down there, in the dim escalator well of the ruin mall, Cassie's footsteps echo against tile and metal, but the sound they make is an old one, a familiar one, reaching back through decades of quiet history. As she descends toward the haunted shadows of the mega pizzaplex, we can feel the whole timeline gathering itself, drifting slowly into one long, continuous breath. To understand where she is, we have to remember where we began. It started with something small, a partnership, a promise, a dream of families and laughter. William Afton and Henry Emily, two men with talent and ambition, opened Fredbear's Family Diner, a modest stage with singing mascots and simple food, the first spark in this tangled web. Henry, patient and careful, shaped the characters. Afton, restless and clever, pushed for more, for bigger crowds, for more locations. On the surface, it was all bright lights and birthday songs. Beneath, the foundations were already cracking. From that first diner came the earliest quiet tragedies. A parking lot, a rainy day, Henry's daughter Charlie locked outside the restaurant doors, an innocent child left alone for just a moment too long. Afton's shadow in the alley, the swift, cruel act that ended her life, and the security puppet that tried to save her, only to become her vessel. Then, inside those cheerful dining rooms, the missing children incident. Afton in a yellow rabbit suit, luring kids into a back room, their laughter fading into silence, their spirits sinking into metal and fur. Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, and Golden Freddy became more than machines. They became restless spirits, bound to a place that pretended nothing had happened. Around the edges of this growing franchise, the Afton family itself began to unravel. A frightened, crying child, terrified of the very animatronics his father helped create, bullied by an older brother who didn't understand the depth of that fear. The bite of 83 at Fredbear's stage, teeth closing, metal crushing. A birthday turned to tragedy in a single, unbearable moment. A father who buried his grief in work and experiments. A daughter lost to circus baby. A family dissolving under the weight of secrets and obsession. Step by step, those origins sank underground. Sister Location's hidden facility, with its white-tiled corridors and cold observation rooms, took the same ideas and pushed them deeper, both literally and figuratively. Remnant, the strange substance that let souls cling to endoskeletons, turned grief into a science project. Ennard, Circus Baby, The Fun Times, all of them were echoes of that first diner stage, more elaborate, more dangerous, but still repeating the same pattern of performance and capture, of smiling faces and locked rooms. And when Henry tried to end it with Pizzeria Simulator's carefully arranged trap, with flames meant to cleanse and release, the pattern only shifted again. The fires gave way to neon, to the mega pizzaplex and its ruined reflection, where security breach and ruin unfold amid shuttered stores and flickering signs. Children and masks, performers and audiences, basements and back rooms. The motifs remain, even as the buildings grow taller and the technology more complex. If we look at it from far above, from Fredbear's Family Diner to this collapsed mall, the emotional core barely changes at all. Loss and guilt, the search for forgiveness, the desperate hope that one last fire, one last shutdown, one last apology might finally bring release. For now, just let the tale wash over you, and notice how every era curls back toward the last, how every new location is another loop in the same circle. In the next quiet hours, with all these threads laid out, we can begin to see what pattern they form when we trace them all the way to the end. Fires, remnant, and rest, the cycles of destruction. So we follow that pattern a little farther, and we find ourselves beneath the ground, beneath even the usual haunted shadows of a pizzeria, in the quiet white halls of Circus Baby's entertainment and rental. Down here, in sister location, the circle of tragedy becomes a laboratory, and William Afton's curiosity hardens into method. Stainless steel, tiled floors, observation rooms. This is the heart of his remnant experiments, hidden away from the families upstairs. In these quiet rooms, Circus Baby is not just a mascot, but a vessel, a deliberate trap for his own innocent daughter, and for so many others. The fun-time animatronics are built to capture, to scoop, to separate body from soul. When the metal is melted down, when the endoskeletons are broken apart and fused again, Afton is watching, measuring, learning how agony clings to alloy. Remnant becomes his secret element, the bottled suffering he believes he can command, while the children inside those shells become restless spirits with no true place to rest. From this, Ennard is born, a tangled web of parts and personalities, stitched together from everything he has taken. The underground facility quietly teaches us the rules of this universe, that in this timeline, death is not an ending, but a rearrangement. Souls can be poured from one shape into another. Bodies can be discarded while the echo remains, drifting slowly through circuits and wires. Once we understand Remnant, so many other moments slide into focus. It explains why the classic animatronics refuse to die, why Afton's own body can rot inside a spring-lock suit and still move, why burning becomes a ritual repeated again and again. Fire is the only tool anyone trusts to oppose Remnant, yet it never quite behaves like they hope. Every blaze feels final. None of them are. Even outside the main games, the Fazbear Fright stories feel like dreamlike reflections of this same idea, as if the universe is quietly humming variations on one melody. A girl fuses with an animatronic. A boy is haunted by pieces of a mascot. A device replays pain until it becomes real. Each tale is a soft rehearsal of possession, consequence, and lingering guilt. They exist at the edges of canon, like ghost stories told in the quiet hours, but they echo the same rules of remnant and regret. And then, at last, we come to Henry's final stage, Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator. On the surface, it is bright and simple, a cheerful management game, but beneath that friendly veneer, Henry is gathering ghosts. He invites the haunted shells back, Scrap Baby, Molten Freddy, Lefty with the puppet inside, and even William Afton's burned, twisted form as Scrap Trap. Step by step, he draws them into one building, one final trap. Here, fire is no accident. It is a verdict. Henry's monologue is calm and sorrowful as he seals the exits and lights the blaze, framing the inferno as both mercy and judgment. He is not trying to harness Remnant, but to release it, to end the legacy of suffering that began with those first missing children. Yet the paradox remains. Each burning feels like a closing chapter, yet the story keeps turning its pages. It is as if the flames only scatter the pieces, sending embers of remnant and memory drifting into new places, new experiments, new games. In that way, these fictional cycles begin to mirror our own patterns. The urge to erase our mistakes, to burn away guilt, to start over with a clean slate, even while the past still lives in our memories and in the structures we build on old foundations. As we move toward security breach and ruin, we will see what happens when those scattered embers finally settle, not in a small restaurant or a hidden bunker, but in something vast and neon bright, a living monument to every quiet tragedy that came before, haunted in a new and unexpected way. neon ruins and lingering ghosts, security breach and ruin. And so, from those scattered embers, we arrive at something vast. The mega pizzaplex rises out of the dark like a glittering mirage, the loudest, brightest mask this haunted history has ever worn. It is not a cozy corner restaurant anymore, but a towering mall of lights and music, a neon cathedral to family fun, stretching up into the night while its foundations sink quietly down into older, buried stories. Arcade screens glow, holograms dance, and the air hums with rehearsed laughter. Yet beneath that shine, the same haunted shadows linger, patient and unchanged. We follow Gregory through this place, a single child drifting slowly through endless, polished corridors that were meant to feel safe. There are gift shops and food courts, laser tag arenas and cartoonish stages, all insisting that this is a dream made real, a fresh start with no ghosts attached. But as we move step by step past shuttered doors and staff-only hallways, we can feel something older breathing under the floor, a residue of tragedies that never completely burned away, pressing against the thin layer of paint and plastic. Security breach turns the familiar pattern inside out. Instead of watching cameras from a tiny office, we walk the glittering halls ourselves, chased by mascots that should have been friendly, guided by Glamrock Freddy, who seems to remember more than he can say. The building itself feels alive, its escalators humming, its atriums stretching into darkness, while somewhere deep below, in maintenance tunnels and forgotten storage, a more corrupted presence stirs. The fun is on the surface, but the past is in the basement. That past seeps in through the screens. Glitch Trap, a digital echo of William Afton, flickers at the edges of games and systems, his influence stretched into code and circuitry. What used to be remnant in metal and wires is now a stain in software, a kind of ghost written into programs, riding along security protocols and children's AR experiences. The Pizzaplex becomes a network of haunted mirrors, where even the safest-looking interface can hide restless spirits and old intentions, waiting for a chance to move again. Then the music stops. Ruin returns us to the same mega Pizzaplex after the party has ended, after collapse and fire and quiet evacuation. With Cassie, we walk through the echo of what we once saw shining. Escalators frozen mid-climb, ceilings ripped away to the night, attractions half swallowed by rubble. Neon signs flicker weakly over shattered glass, and the laughter that once bounced off every wall has been replaced by distant mechanical groans and the soft crumble of debris under careful footsteps. Here, the building finally tells the truth. Layers of history are exposed where walls have split, older structures peeking through the broken facades, service corridors revealing hints of earlier layouts, as if every previous Freddy's had been stacked on top of the last. The ruined mall becomes a physical metaphor for the entire timeline, a tangled web of expansions and cover-ups, with cables hanging like roots down into the earth, humming with secrets that never quite died. Around Cassie, animatronics lie twisted and silent, or move in jerky, wounded patterns, their shells cracked to show the raw endoskeleton beneath. Even in this futuristic playground, their broken faces feel familiar, part of the same long line of haunted characters, from Fredbear and the original four, to Funtime creations, to these glam rock idols. The costumes change, the paint grows brighter, the stages grow taller, but the quiet tragedies remain the same. Innocent children pulled into something they never understood, and machines that carry the weight of their unfinished stories. In these quiet hours, as we stand with Gregory in the living mall and with Cassie in its bones, the Pizzaplex feels less like a new chapter and more like a final reflection. We have travelled from a single small diner to this ruined mega mall, from crude suits to digital phantoms, from back rooms to full-blown theme complexes. Now, with the lights dimmed and the neon cracked, we can finally begin to step back and look at the whole thing at once, letting the tale wash over us as one long, haunting lullaby that still has a few verses left to sing. What the story whispers, themes beneath the screams. So now, as we drift back from specific nights and numbered games, we can begin to see the outline of something quieter underneath the jump scares, a kind of long, low echo that runs through the entire timeline. It is not just a story of monsters in the dark, but of people who could not let go, who clung to their choices until they hardened into haunted shadows around them. William Afton holds on to control, to curiosity, to the belief that death is a problem to be solved rather than a boundary to respect. Step by step, from the first missing children incident to the remnant labs and the fun-time experiments beneath Sister Location, he keeps tightening his grip, even as his family fractures and falls. Henry Emily, by contrast, holds on to responsibility, to the feeling that every lost, innocent child is a weight on his shoulders, a debt that can never quite be paid. One man will not stop creating, the other will not stop atoning. Around them, guilt slowly soaks into everything. The children taken at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, the crying child's final, terrified moments at Fredbear's, Elizabeth's death in Circus Baby's embrace, Michael's long walk through vents and hallways, trying to undo what his father has done. Each tragedy leaves a mark. We see a world where the past refuses to stay buried, returning as haunted suits, as restless spirits in plastic masks, as corrupted code that will not delete. Obsession becomes the quiet engine driving the story forward. William's obsession with conquering death leads him to dismantle animatronics, to melt their possessed endoskeletons into remnant, to inject that glowing agony into new shells that can capture and contain. Henry's obsession with making things right leads to the carefully staged trap of Pizzeria Simulator, to luring every twisted creation, every fragment of Afton's legacy, into one last fire. Even Fazbear Entertainment itself seems obsessed, reopening again and again, rebranding, building the mega Pizzaplex over old ruins, preserving the name at any cost. Memory lingers in this universe like dust in the quiet hours after closing. Animatronics remember faces they were never programmed to know. Buildings remember where bodies were hidden, where doors were locked, where songs once played. Rumors remember too, passing stories of the bite of 83 and the bite of 87 from night guard to night guard, until Fazbear becomes less a company and more a myth, a tangled web of half-remembered warnings that can never fully disappear. Within this web, the children's spirits, the crying child, Michael Afton, and later figures like Gregory and Cassie are all caught, drifting slowly between past and present. Each of them moves through ruined hallways and glowing arcades, through underground bunkers and digital mazes, trying in their own way to find an exit from someone else's unfinished story. They are searching for a way out, but also for a way to let go. When we look at the fires, the experiments, the endless reopenings, they begin to feel like different attempts at the same wish, to find peace, to find closure, to let the restless finally rest. As we move into the final stretch of this timeline, we'll gather these themes together, gently, and set them down in one last reflection, letting the tale wash over us until the echoes grow soft and the story, at last, grows quiet. From chaos to lullaby, weaving the entire timeline together. So now, as the echoes grow soft, we can look back over everything we've walked through together and let it blur into one long, strange dream. It begins quietly, with a simple wish, a place for children to be happy, a stage, a song, a yellow bear and a rabbit at Fredbear's family diner, long before the neon glare and underground labs, before the digital ghosts and corporate spin. From that first diner, we watched the pattern start to form, drifting slowly into view. A partnership between Henry Emily and William Afton, new locations opening, new animatronics smiling beneath the lights, while in the corners, in the haunted shadows, something cold awaited. The missing children incident, the back room, the locked door. And suddenly those friendly suits were no longer empty machines, but homes for restless spirits, carrying quiet tragedies inside their metal frames. We saw the bite of 83, an innocent child lifted toward a stage he feared, jaws closing where they were never meant to close, a family shattered in a single terrible moment. We followed the Afton family downward, a crying child, a jealous brother, a curious daughter drawn too close to circus baby. Beneath another cheerful facade, sister location unfolded like a nightmare basement to the whole timeline, with remnant experiments, the fun times, Ennard, and a father trying to master death by tearing it apart and bottling it. Step by step, every new chapter echoed the last. A new Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, a new grand reopening, a new technology promising safety or fun or immersion, laid gently over the same unresolved pain, like layers of wallpaper over a cracked wall. The Fazbear fright stories, the strange artifacts, the mimic and its imitations of human cruelty, all felt like reflections in a hall of mirrors, repeating the same shapes with slightly different faces. When we reached Pizzeria Simulator's fire, it seemed for a moment like an ending. Henry's final speech, the flames rising, the trapped souls, the burning of Springtrap and Baby and the others, all framed as a last attempt at mercy. And yet, even that blaze became just another turn of the wheel, as the company's legacy resurfaced in new branding, new malls, new investors, until we were standing in the mega Pizzaplex, bathed in neon, watching the old tragedies dance again beneath brighter lights. Through all of this, the tangled web has never been only about monsters. It has always been about people. Parents trying to protect or control, children looking for fun or comfort, workers on late shifts, inventors chasing brilliance and stumbling into horror. Their choices ripple outward through time and technology, shaping every stage that opens and every sign that flickers off. If we pull back even farther, the whole series becomes one long night shift. The clock ticks. Threats rise and fall. We check the doors, the cameras, the vents, and then, slowly, the danger ebbs, and a pale sun begins to creep in at the edge of the curtains. Not every question is answered, not every theory pinned down, but the feeling is clear. A longing for forgiveness, for rest, for the lights to finally go out in peace. In a moment, we'll leave the story itself and speak to you more personally, letting the tale wash over you as background, as a quiet hum at the edge of sleep. For now, just hold this gentle idea that even in a history filled with tragedy and haunted machines, there is room for the ending to be soft, for the music to fade, and for you to drift calmly into your own quiet hours, letting the lights go out, closing thoughts and gentle goodbye. And now, We really have come to the edge of it. We have walked together from that first quiet diner, with Fredbear on a tiny stage, all the way to the broken escalators and the hollow halls of the ruined Pizzaplex, drifting slowly through decades of fictional history, one quiet tragedy at a time. Step by step, we followed William Afton's shadow, Henry Emily's guilt, and the restless spirits of children who only wanted cake and music, until the whole timeline stretched out behind us like a dimly lit road. Along the way, we watched small choices grow into legends. A springlock suit used once too often, a back room left unwatched, a father who would not let go of his grief. From the crying child at Fredbear's, to Charlie at the alley door, to the missing children whose names were whispered behind arcade cabinets. Fear and wonder have always been intertwined here. This has been a story of haunted machines, yes, but beneath the metal, there has always been human frailty, parents and inventors and innocents, caught in a tangled web of regret. We descended into the underground facility of Sister Location, where Remnant turned agony into science, where Circus Baby and Ennard were stitched from stolen voices. We watched Fazbear Frights turn rumors into urban myths, and Pizzeria Simulator tried to burn it all away. We stood in the neon glow of Security Breach and Ruin, where the Mimic and Glitch Trap showed that even data can carry haunted shadows. And through it all, the same themes repeated, like a music box winding down. Obsession, loss, and the faint hope of release. But here, in this room, in this moment, you are safe. For now, the animatronics are only characters on a page, or pixels on a screen. The diners and pizzerias are only settings in a long, strange dream of a franchise. Everything we have explored is gently contained in fiction, waiting behind the glass of your imagination, no closer than you choose to let it be. If you are still awake, if your eyes are still open in the dark, you can always return to your favorite moments, follow new theories, or share this long, looping history with someone else who loves these haunted stories. And if you are drifting slowly towards sleep, you do not need to hold every detail. You can let the dates, the names, the locations blur into a soft, distant dream, the way lights look through half-closed eyes. Notice the difference now between their world and yours. Out there, the halls echo with distant laughter, metallic footsteps, and the low hum of old refrigeration units. Here, you have the quiet of your room, the slow rhythm of your breathing, the gentle weight of blankets, the familiar shape of your own walls in the darkness. Their history may be crowded with restless spirits, but your bed is still and warm and calm. So imagine, just for a moment, the final restaurant closing. The last families have gone home. A lone employee wipes down a counter, turns the key in the front door, and steps into the night. Inside, the stage lights dim. One neon sign flickers, then falls dark. The carousel music stutters, then stops. Room by room, hallway by hallway, the switches are flipped until the whole place is surrendered to the quiet hours. Some questions remain unanswered. Some timelines never quite line up. That is all right. The story will still be there tomorrow, waiting patiently in the shadows for you to open the door again. Tonight does not belong to theories or fear. Tonight belongs to rest, to calm, to the simple act of breathing in and out, while the noise of this long history fades to a hush. So we will draw the curtain closed, slowly. Thank you for walking through these haunted halls with us, for letting the tale wash over you until the edges grew soft. Whenever you wish, you can return, and we will be here, waiting to guide you again from Fredbear's first song to the last fading spark of Fazbear's legacy. For now, let the lights go out, let the stage fall silent, and let the story slip away into stillness as you drift into sleep.